PT Dian Swastitika Sentosa Tbk. DSS main business activities consists of power generation, coal mining and trading, multimedia, and fertilizer and chemical trading. Captive power plants located in Serang, Tangerang and Karawang. In coal mining business in Sumatra and Kalimantan. DSS places high priority for safety and health aspects. Corporate social responsibility activities related to environmental aspects, employment, health and safety aspect, social and community development aspect, and product responsibility aspect.
From its humble beginning in 2000, Swiss German University has grown to be one of the most successful private universities with European connections in Indonesia. Our vision in becoming a globally recognized university with a superior learning culture and high social responsibility has been increasingly realized through our distinguished graduates whose knowledge, experience, and most importantly, character are greatly needed in today's competitive markets. In order to maximize the delivery of quality of both academic and non-academic services, our lecturers and staff are always there for you. 90% of our lecturers earned their academic degrees from abroad with work experience in industry who will deliver the teaching and learning activities using English as a medium of instructions. The small class sizes allows the students to be fully engaged with the lecturers. Moreover, both of our academic and non-academic staff are ready to serve you.
Because the courses are not overcrowded, you get to know them straight away. And they're so friendly and helpful. And so it's really not hard to integrate here. But it's not only about the lecturers in the class, it's also about the people you meet on the floor. Everybody's smiling and saying hello, although they do not know you. And as far as I remember, I've never seen anybody stress here or being in a hurry.
SGU's industry-oriented study programs, including 11 bachelor's and 3 master's degrees programs, offer international degree courses which combine both theoretical and practical training and internship programs.
Studying mechatronics engineering at SGU have been rewarding for me because I learned both practical skills and theoretical skills at the same time. Most of the lectures at the university talk about designing a system, where we try to combine electrical engineering and mechanical engineering to build one whole smart system.
Our unique internship program allows the students to experience working as an intern in multinational companies in Indonesia during the 3rd semester and working as an intern in global companies in Europe during the 6th semester.
I experienced my first internship in Bali during my 3rd semester at Marriott Hotel, where I learned about housekeeping and front office.
Last year, I had my first internship in Bosch Indonesia. What I can learn from Bosch Indonesia are first about the customer relationship management, second how to relate with the third party, and the last is how I can learn about the new marketing strategy in Bosch Indonesia.
Thank you for trusting us to be the choice of institution for your future global success. Welcome to Swiss German University, your gateway to global success.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. To His Excellency Professor Bambang Permadi Sumantri Brojonegoro, PhD, Minister of Research and Technology, BRIN Indonesia, who plans to join us shortly. Invited speakers, SGU officials, SGU partners, sponsors, media representatives, distinguished guests, fellow academicians, and beloved students. Swiss German University is proud to welcome you to the International Conference on Engineering and Information Technology for Sustainable Industry 2020, in conjunction with ICONIT 2020. My name is Dr. Deborah Simorangkir, and I'm your host this morning. We hope that in these 2 days, ICONETC can serve as a platform for scholars, scientists, and practitioners to exchange knowledge and expertise on research and development activities. Before we begin, please rise for the Indonesian national anthem, followed by the Swiss German University hymn. Please kindly turn off your microphone. Please be seated. We invite Mr. Somanuddin M. Ikom to lead us in prayer.
Thank you, Bu Debbie. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Apologies for the prior, I am speak with bahasa. Mohon izin Bapak Ibu, saya pimpin doa menurut agama Islam. Bagi Bapak Ibu bisa menyesuaikan untuk doanya. A'udzubillahi minasyaitonirrajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Astaghfirullahalazim, astaghfirullahalazim, astaghfirullahalazim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Asyhadu an la ilaha illallah wa asyhadu anna Muhammadur Rasulullah. Allahumma shalli ala sayidina Muhammad wa ala ali sayidina Muhammad. Ya Allah, ya Tuhan kami, dengan mengucapkan puji serta syukur atas segala rahmat dan karunia-Mu, sehingga pada hari ini dengan penuh keakraban dan kebahagiaan kami hadir di sini. Berikanlah barokah-Mu dan ridho-Mu dalam acara yang kami laksanakan pada 2 hari ini. Ya Allah, ya Tuhan kami yang maha mengetahui, jadikanlah ilmu yang kami peroleh ini menjadi ilmu yang bermanfaat, menjadikan ilmu yang memberikan petunjuk buat kami. Berilah kami petunjuk, kekuatan, kesabaran, kearifan dan keikhlasan kami agar mampu mengamalkan ilmu yang telah Engkau anugerahkan kepada kami ke jalan yang Engkau ridhoi. Ya Allah, ya Tuhan kami yang maha pengampun, ampunilah kami, maafkanlah kesalahan kami, sehatkanlah kami, mudahkanlah segala urusan kami, dan lindungilah kami. Hanya kepadamu-lah kami berlindung. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Somanuddin. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to the chairperson of ICONIT 2020, Dr. Maula Hikmah Galinium.
Thank you, Bu Debbie. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam damai sejahtera for all of us. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Good morning to all of you. His Excellency Minister of Research Technology, National Research and Innovation Agency, Professor Bambang Permadi Sumantri, Brojonegoro, and Your Excellency Board and Rector of Swiss German University, distinguished invited speaker, Profesor Murata from Nihon University, Japan, Profesor Agus Purwanto from 11 Maret University, Solo, Indonesia, Dr. Anto Satrio Nugroho from Agency for the Assessment and Application of Technology, BPPT, and Associate Professor Yudi Fernando from Malaysia Pahang University, Associate Professor Wasem Haider from Central Michigan University, USA, and my beloved colleague, Dr. Chara Slim from Swiss German University, distinguished all invited guests, all presenters, authors, and Swiss German University families. Ladies and gentlemen, it is our pleasure to welcome you all to the International Conference on Innovation, Entrepreneurship, and Technology, or ICONIT 2020. Congratulations and thank you for your contribution to ICONIT 2020. This year, ICONIT is the third ICONIT. The first one was held in 2015 with the theme related to the Asian Economic Community, while the second one was held in 2018 with the theme of achieving sustainable development goals through innovation, entrepreneurship, and technology. This year, ICONIT is special for us, for Swiss German University, as it is in line with our SGU 20 years anniversary. And therefore, this year's theme is transforming digitally, empowering globally. ICONIT is an international conference held by SGU in collaboration with several partner institutions, professional association, industry, and also our partner universities such as BKSTI from the Badan Kerjasama Penyelenggara Pendidikan Tinggi Teknik Industri, Nihon University, 11 Maret University, BPPT, Indonesian Association for Patent Recognition, Malaysia Pahang University, Central Michigan University, and also Indonesia HandiNet Project. And also thank you for all the support by all the sponsors, Aruba Indonesia, PT Sigma Sembada, Panasonic, PT Dian Swatika, Sentosa, PT Kaltim Ethanol Industry, Arventis Mega Indonesia, and Bank Negara Indonesia. And due to the pandemic of COVID-19, this year ICONIT is special because it's organized fully virtual. And then in the current year program, ICONIT consists of two different conferences, which are the first international conference on engineering and information technology for sustainable industry, or ICONIT-C, and the second international conference on global innovation and trends in economy, or INCOGITE. So ICONIT-C is held today and tomorrow on 28 and 29 September 2020, while the other conference INCOGITE will be held on 5th November 2020. ICONIT-C has taken the theme of empowering digital transformation for global sustainability, while for the INCOGITE has taken the theme of global business in the new era, challenges and opportunity in pandemic COVID-19. ICONIT-C topic more to the field of engineering, information technology, sustainable energy and environment, while in the INCOGITE is more to the field of the business, economics and social science. So the conference aims to bring academic scientists, engineers, and industry researchers together to exchange and share, of course, virtually, their experiences and research results about most aspects of engineering, science, and social research, and discuss the practical challenges encountered and the solution adapted. I would also like to gratefully acknowledge the significant contribution made by the co-sponsoring organization to conduct this conference. And I hope this conference will motivate all of us to make a positive impact and to achieve a better and more sustainable future as we dedicate ourselves in creating innovation, entrepreneurship, and technology. I wish you a wonderful and fruitful time at the conference. And thank you for all the committee for all the effort so it could happen today and tomorrow. And wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Maula Hikmah Galinium. Next up, please also welcome Conference Chair of ICONIT-C 2020, Dr. Tanika Sofyanti.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, good morning. Your Excellencies, distinguished invited speaker, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Tanika Dewi Sofyanti, and I'm the Conference Chair of International Conference on Engineering and Information Technology for Sustainable Industry, or ICONIT-C 2020, in conjunction with International Conference on Innovation, Entrepreneurship, and Technology, ICONIT 2020. It's my great pleasure to welcome all of you to ICONIT-C 2020, the first international conference conducted by Swiss German University that focus on all aspects of engineering and information technology for sustainable industry. I also would like to extend my special and warm welcome to Professor Bambang Permadi Sumantri Brojonegoro, the Minister of Research and Technology, National Research and Innovation Agency, Menristek BRIN, and also to our invited speakers, Professor Dr. Engineering Koichi Murata of Nihon University, Japan, Professor Dr. of Engineering Agus Purwanto of Universitas 11 Maret Indonesia, Associate Professor Dr. Wessam Haider of Central Michigan University, USA, Associate Professor Yudi Fernando, PhD of University Malaysia Pahang, Malaysia, Dr. Anto Satrio Nugroho of Agency for the Assessment and Application of Technology, Badan Pengkajian dan Penerapan Teknologi BPPT Indonesia, Dr. Charles Lim from Indonesia HoneyNet Project Community and also a faculty member of HGU, my beloved colleagues and students from Swiss German University, and other distinguished guests, and many of whom have followed this program by online from other countries, even with different time zones, to be with us today. ICONIT-C 2020 is organized as a set of tracks in sustainable energy and environment, production and operation management, logistics and supply chain, ergonomic and human factors, automation, mechatronics and robotics, cybersecurity and AI, and software engineering. In this first event of ICONIT-C 2020, we have received 125 paper submissions from Germany, Japan, Taiwan, Singapore, Egypt, and Indonesia. And after a careful review process, the program committee accepted 76 high-quality full papers for presentation in ICONET-C 2020. In this occasion, I would like to express my greatest gratitude to Indonesia HoneyNet Project, Industrial Engineering Higher Education Organizing Cooperation Agency or BKSTI, Pusat Unggulan IPTEK UI, Baterai Lithium Universitas 11 Maret, Indonesian Association for Patent Recognition or INAPR, and other institutions that have given very strong support for the successful organization of ICONET-C 2020. And also, thank you to the participants for enriching this conference by your presence, the conference organizing committee members, the track chairs, the session chairs, and the numerous volunteers. Without this generous contribution, this conference will not have set a record number of presentation and number of participants higher than our expectation, especially considering some difficulties that happened during the COVID-19 pandemic. I hope that ICONET-C 2020 can bring us all fruitful discussions and opportunity of setting up future collaboration. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Tanika Sofianti. Last but not least, on behalf of Swiss German University, Rector Dr. Renat Filiana Santoso would like to extend her welcome to all of you. Dr. Filiana, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much, Dr. Debbie. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam damai sejahtera untuk kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Your Excellency, Minister of Research and Technology, Professor Bambang Permadi Sumatri Brojonegoro, who will join us at 11:30. All distinguished invited speakers, I think I don't need to repeat all the names. We have colleagues from Japan, we have colleagues from Surakarta, from Indonesia BPPT, and also Malaysia, and even goes across the ocean to America and come back again to Indonesia with our beloved colleague, Dr. Charles Lim. So I warmly welcome you to the ICONET 2020. And I also want to greet all presenters, authors, and definitely my SGU Civitas Academica. SGU has been established now for 20 years. As a university committed to striving for quality education, we organizes this event, the International Conference on Innovation, Entrepreneurship, and Technology, or in short, ICONET, to give a platform for researchers, practitioners, and government officials to present and discuss their works. This year, ICONET 2020 consists of two sub-conferences as being mentioned by the chairman of the ICONET, Dr. Maula Hikmah, namely the ICONET-C, which we have in the following 2 days, and also the Incogite 2020. The conference has taken the same theme as the 20th anniversary of SGU, namely transforming digitally, empowering globally. Digital transformation is a must that we know. It connects technology specialists across all sectors and fields in order to business needs and market requirements. It builds innovation and high-tech know how to assist business initiatives or to upgrade technology for future growth of us and across the globe. SGU has also participated in education for empowering community globally, but not only globally, also locally. By lifting up individuals within community, SGU strives to encourage and supports sustainable community and economic development. Good quality of education and research will generate technology, innovation, and entrepreneurship, which will eventually improve quality of life and the prosperity of societies. And we hope what we do will have an impact on our nation, our beloved nation, Indonesia, and the world as a whole. This year, the international conference ICONIC 2020 has to be conducted in the midst of pandemic COVID-19. And hence, we all now doing it virtually. But doing it virtually, it gives its benefit also among all these guys. So I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome all honorable guest speakers, presenters, and participants, and thank you from my heart who have participated from all across the globe. I'd like to personally thank the committee of ICONIC 2020, the committee of ICONETSI and INCOGITE 2020, who have put their utmost efforts into organizing this event. I know this is the first time for us to conduct the conference all virtually, and I believe this experience will make us really transforming digitally. I wish to express also my gratitude to the Ministry of Research, Technology, and BRIN for their continuous support to our research at the university. And also to all SGU university partners, the South Westphalia University of Applied Sciences and the University of Applied Sciences Jena in Germany, as well as the International Management Institute in Switzerland. We do hope that the conference will be beneficial and mind-opening for all participants events and for the participating parties. Let us use this event to challenge ourselves, to exchange ideas, and to extend our networking as wide as possible. Although this is conducted virtually, I believe there is still chance for us to exchange chats and to get to know each other. And this is the purpose of empowering the wider global community. Thank you and enjoy the event. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Filiana, for your kind remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed with our first parallel session, which will be conducted in 3 separate rooms. Room 1 for ergonomics and human factors. Room 2, cybersecurity and artificial intelligence. Room 3, automation, mechatronics, and robotics. The invited speaker sessions will be followed by paper presentations. Hope you will enjoy the presentations, and we will all meet in this room again for the keynote session. See you soon.
From its humble beginning in 2000, Swiss German University has grown to be one of the most successful private universities with European connections in Indonesia. Our vision in becoming a globally recognized university with a superior learning culture and high social responsibility has been increasingly realized through our distinguished graduates whose knowledge, experience, and most importantly, character are greatly needed in today's competitive markets. In order to maximize the delivery of quality of both academic and non-academic services, our lecturers and staff are always there for you. 90% of our lecturers earned their academic degrees from abroad with work experience in industry, who will deliver the teaching and learning activities using English as a medium of instructions. The small class sizes allows the students to be fully engaged with the lecturers. Moreover, both of our academic and non-academic staff are ready to serve you.
Because the courses are not overcrowded, you get to know them straight away. And they're so friendly and helpful, and so it's really not hard to integrate here. But it's not only about the lecturers in the classroom, it's also about the people you will explore. Everybody is smiling and saying hello, although they do not know you. And as far as I remember, I've never seen anybody stressed here or being in a hurry.
SGU's industry-oriented study programs, including 11 bachelor's and 3 master's degrees programs, offer international degree courses which combine both theoretical and practical training and internship programs.
Studying mechatronics engineering at SGU have been rewarding for me because I learned both practical skills and theoretical skills at the same time. Most of the lectures at the university talk about designing a system, where we try to combine electrical engineering and mechanical engineering to build one whole smart system.
Our unique internship program allows the students to experience working as an intern in multinational companies in Indonesia during the 3rd semester and working as an intern in global companies in Europe during the 6th semester.
I experienced my first internship in Bali during my 3rd semester at Marriott Hotel, where I learned about housekeeping and front office.
Last year, I had my first internship in Bosch Indonesia. What I can learn from Bosch Indonesia are first about the customer relationship management, second how to relate with the third party, and the last is how I can learn about the new marketing strategy in Bosch Indonesia.
Thank you for trusting us to be the choice of institution for your future global success. Welcome to Swiss German University, your gateway to global success. From its humble beginning in 2000, Swiss German University has grown to be one of the most successful private universities with European connections in Indonesia. Our vision in becoming a globally recognized university with a superior learning culture and high social responsibility has been increasingly realized through our distinguished graduates whose knowledge, experience, and most importantly, character are greatly needed in today's competitive markets. In order to maximize the delivery of quality of both academic and non-academic services, our lecturers and staff are always there for you. 90% of our lecturers earned their academic degrees from abroad with work experience in industry who will deliver the teaching and learning activities using English as a medium of instructions. The small class sizes allows the students to be fully engaged with the lecturers. Moreover, both of our academic and non-academic staff are ready to serve you.
Because the courses are not overcrowded, you get to know them straight away. And they're so friendly and helpful, and so it's really not hard to integrate here. But it's not only about the lecturers in the classroom, it's also about the people you meet on the floor. Everybody is smiling and saying hello, although they do not know you. And as far as I remember, I've never seen anybody stressed here or being in a hurry.
SGU's industry-oriented study programs, including 11 bachelor's and 3 master's degrees programs, offer international degree courses which combine both theoretical and practical training and internship programs.
Studying mechatronics engineering at SGU have been rewarding for me because I learned both practical skills and theoretical skills at the same time. Most of the lectures at the university talk about designing a system, where we try to combine electrical engineering and mechanical engineering to build one whole smart system.
Our unique internship program allows the students to experience working as an intern in multinational companies in Indonesia during the third semester and working as an intern in global companies in Europe during the sixth semester.
I experienced my first internship in Bali during my third semester at Marriott Hotel, where I learned about housekeeping and front office.
Last year, I had my first internship in Bosch Indonesia. What I can learn from Bosch Indonesia are first about the customer relationship management, second how to relate with the third party, and the last is how I can learn about the new marketing strategy in Bosch Indonesia.
Thank you for trusting us to be the choice of institution for your future global success. Welcome to Swiss German University, your gateway to global success. From its humble beginning in 2000, Swiss German University has grown to be one of the most successful private universities with European connections in Indonesia. Our vision in becoming a globally recognized university with a superior learning culture and high social responsibility has been increasingly realized through our distinguished graduates whose knowledge, experience, and most importantly, character are greatly needed in today's competitive markets. In order to maximize the delivery of quality of both academic and non-academic services, our lecturers and staff are always there for you. 90% of our lecturers earned their academic degrees from abroad with work experience in industry who will deliver the teaching and learning activities using English as a medium of instructions. The small class sizes allows the students to be fully engaged with the lecturers. Moreover, both of our academic and non-academic staff are ready to serve you.
Because the courses are not overcrowded, you get to know them straight away. And they're so friendly and helpful, and so it's really not hard to integrate here. But it's not only about the lecturers in the classroom, it's also about the people you meet on the floor. Everybody is smiling and saying hello, although they do not know you. And as far as I remember, I've never seen anybody stressed here or being in a hurry.
SGU's industry-oriented study programs, including 11 bachelor's and 3 master's degrees programs, offer international degree courses which combine both theoretical and practical training and internship programs.
Studying mechatronics engineering at SGU have been rewarding for me because I learned both practical skills and theoretical skills at the same time. Most of the lectures at the university talk about designing a system, where we try to combine electrical engineering and mechanical engineering to build one whole smart system.
Our unique internship program allows the students to experience working as an intern in multinational companies in Indonesia during the third semester and working as an intern in global companies in Europe during the sixth semester.
I experienced my first internship in Bali during my third semester at Marriott Hotel, where I learned about housekeeping and front office.
Last year, I had my first internship in Bosch Indonesia. What I can learn from Bosch Indonesia are first about the customer relationship management, second how to relate with the third party, and the last is how I can learn about the new marketing strategy in Bosch Indonesia.
Thank you for trusting us to be the choice of institution for your future global success. Welcome to Swiss German University, your gateway to global success.
Panasonic.
Good morning and welcome to the
parallel session of EcoNetC. And this morning, my name is Triarti Saraswati, and I will become your session chair in this parallel session. First, I will invite Professor Dr. Koichi Murata. Dr. Murata is the head of Operation and Production Management Laboratory and a professor at the Department of Industrial Engineering and Management, College of Industrial Technology, Nihon University. He previously worked in industry as an industrial engineer at the flagship factory of Murata Manufacturing, which is a global leader mainly in the manufacturing of electronic components. His research interests include operation and production management, Kaizen, lean management, visual management, technology transfer, knowledge management, sustainable supply chain, and others. Dr. Murata also has published articles in international academic journals such as International Journal of Production Research, Sustainability, Journal of the Operation Research Society of Japan, and others. I will invite Professor Dr. Koichi Murata to present his paper today. So for Professor Dr. Koichi Murata, I welcome you and give the presentation. Please.
Okay. So
you have 25 minutes, Prof. To
25
present.
minutes?
Yeah, okay.
Okay, thank you. So I shared my PowerPoint slide.
Okay.
So good morning. My name is Koichi Murata. First of all, I thank you for today's the invited speaker, and I very respect this challenge of virtual international conference, and I appreciate for the committee member and staff of ICONET SI, including Dr. Tanika. So today's I talk about industrial engineering, our major. So it is a very fundamental topics under the digitalization or sustainability and so on. So today's content is 3 portions. First one is history of industrial engineering. It's just my opinion. Then second portion is ongoing my research. And the third portion is the concluding remarks. Keywords, industrial engineering, of course, the division of labor, value exchange, touch strategy, and corona. So here is our life way. So since we are born, we die via some stages. Most audience here will maybe belong to the third one, that is the adult stage. So, and at each stage, someone is supporting us. When you're a baby, your mother will work for you. When you go to school, your teacher will deliver some knowledge to you. And when you start working, you will work with your boss and the colleagues. And in the last stage, your caretaker will help you. As an adult stage, you have multiple roles. As a professional, you will contribute to some functions in the value chain and the supply chain. When you go home, you are given your role as a family member. And as a citizen, you play the role in spending a better daily life. So human beings play multi roles, whether conscious or unconscious. From the two slides above, we can find the following two things. One is that people cannot live alone. The other is that each person lives with multi roles. So Adam Smith, the economic of father, named this phenomena the division of labor. This is a basic principle for society. In this principle, in order to reach human life, we share what is essential for living and what is divided labor equal to work. Frederick Taylor advocated fair day's work. His contribution was the first to engage in work with a scientific attitude, and Dr. Peter Drucker evaluates his contribution to be one of the beginnings of today's knowledge society as the first application of knowledge to work. And then this effort is a moment when industrial engineering is born. Our industrial engineering has been studying many work principles, such as the time, motion, quality, and so on, for the richness of life for more than 100 years since Taylor. It leads to the effective use of global resources, such as human, technology. Technology means machine, robot, AI, information network, many technologies, and materials. Then it is also widely applied in all society and the industries. However, even today, there are still problems between human and work, especially in Japan. One business person points out that he can't bridge the gap between engineers and workers. Especially workers can't find joy in their work. Also, medical doctors toward that, due to the improvement of development medical care, so team medical care leads to the simplification of each work. It means that the lack of originality and the decline of the ability to overlook the work. Here is a summary of a contribution and the problem, the division of labor and the industrial engineering. For contributions, it has become possible to earn a living with just one divided labor. This includes deepening the knowledge and the technology of work and delivering products and service to someone unknown around the world. The problem is that three things have increased. The first one is type of work. The second one is workers who couldn't understand each other in the same organization. And the third one is workers who couldn't together enjoy the completion of the product with their colleagues and the customers. Industrial engineering are trying to overcome these reflections as work issues. So how do you overcome it as an industrial engineer? So as a suggestion, Adam Smith points out that human beings have a natural tendency of exchange as a condition for establishing the division of labor. People can deepen the knowledge and skills of work by dividing the labor and making it a limited range of work. However, if they are too hard about it, you will forget the exchange that is a natural tendency of human beings. Industrial engineering needs to look at this problem and tackle with it. This global pandemic by corona has claimed many lives and forced the long-term economic losses. Lockdowns have happened around the world without face-to-face interactions. However, after the lockdown is released, people are eager to interact with each other while they are take care of spreading the infection. This was also an opportunity to recognize that exchange is one of the human tendencies. I think this crisis as a chance and try to learn from our daily life how to exchange in the future. So I tackle with research. This method, data collection and the systematization. It is the fundamental technique of industrial engineering. So in the early days, when Corona began to spread in Japan, I collected the exchange methods that people developed from the news on TV and the internet. Then I classified them inductively, and systematize catchphrase, strategies, policies, methods, and so on, as a touch strategy of a concept level. As a result, I can organize into 3 strategies, 7 policies, and 50 methods. So first strategy is iTouch. I means internet, and is a strategy for stay home. The catchphrase is improving by day. Before pandemic, people, especially business person, were able to switch life rhythm by going to work and coming to home. However, after pandemic, people had to consciously switch rhythm, consciously switch life rhythm depending stay home. 3I technologies, that is IT, ICT, and IoT, are the base systems of these strategies. It was a production method that allows you to digitally exchange the feeling of artists and the graduate of viewers. Also, if you evaluate your work quickly and become a first-class artist, you will gain a big economy. I understand why young people respect YouTuber as a craftsman. There are 2 types of policy in these strategies. The first is simple reflection of daily life. The other is a special arrangement that makes life easier. Both policies have the same 2 methods, such as a real division of labor and digital exchange. The difference between the first and the second policy is whether you want to deepen your daily work or you put something different in your daily routine for the refreshment of yourself. The second strategy is M-Touch. M means momentary and is a strategy for stay home and keeping this social distance. This corresponds to a world where the frequency of movement has dropped. This tries to directly exchange the division of labor with a momentary touch. Both the time of delivery and the time of waiting have added to the division of labor. The joy of a touch and the appreciation for the exchange have been found to be realized in these strategies. There are 2 types of policies. The first is asking to do logistics, and the second is distributing by myself. There are other logistics or self-logistics, in other words. In the method of first policy, there is a technique of delivery service and the shopping agent. The second policy is a takeout service and a receipt box. all four methods, the existing supply chain method, of course, but there are many new challenges everywhere in downtown. The third strategy, last strategy, is R-touch strategies. R means right, and is the strategy for social distance. What people wanted to be was a gathering collectively. And the most basic one of three touch strategies. There are three types of policies, and many cases of each one can be confirmed. For three types of policies, the first is about the first is about the number of people. The second one is about the distance and the directions. And the third is about the defense for installing the wheels into the body. In the first policy, the method is divided depending on whether or not there is a reservation system. If you have a reservation system, you will control the number of reservations and the timing of reservations. If you don't have a reservation system, you control the frequency, time, or the number of people. The second policy method is a method of a queue, waiting line. It uses a variety of visual techniques. The third policy method is to prevent the uptake of wheels. It's about the motion level, such as hand washing and mask. Figure 5 is an image of the division of labor and its value exchange related to the three types of strategies. I-touch is a virtual exchange of multi-workers. M-touch is the one-to-one exchange model. R-touch will be the real exchange of many people in one place. These are the three patterns of the basic network model, and it can be confirmed that there are many exchange methods under the basic network models.
Excuse me, Prof. Your time is only 3 minutes left.
Last page. Okay. Sorry. Today's our content is that's all. So industrial engineering has been studying the science of work. The current problem, my opinion, only just my opinion, is that the exchange was forgotten. Corona reminds that the exchange is necessary for human beings and give an opportunity to notice many ideas for that purpose. In industrial engineering, one of the future issues regain human original tendency by developing the work principle for widely and the policy exchange the useful value of works to next society like ICONET SI. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor, for the interesting presentation because COVID-19 affected our life across the world. So the people cannot live alone, that's true. And the people also has their own rules. And this become our challenge as industrial engineers because this COVID-19 changed people's life, not only in the life, but also in digital exchange, and also change how the logistic happening in the supply chain in industry, or also in everyday life. Okay, I will open the session for question and so for the audience, you can ask to Professor Murata through this chat room, so you can put your question in the question in the chat room.
So anything okay? Anything okay? Not my presentation.
Yeah, everything is okay, but maybe
Yes,
this is
yes.
the first time we
So this
have
panel session is
online.
human factor or ergonomics. Then afternoon, operation and production management. So all area is in the industrial engineering area.
Okay, Prof. This is the interesting topic actually, because this digital, this COVID-19 affect all our life in industry, industry, and also in our everyday life. So
So
I have here.
one question.
Yeah,
okay.
from Nicolas
So,
Simorangkir for the news as the sources for the data collection. There is a possibility that information may be biased. This will certainly affect the data analysis. And then how do we ensure that this will not have a negative effect on the analysis later on? This, Prof.
Okay, so nervous questions. So recently, Japanese government established Japanese government established digital organization for the organization for advanced digital technologies. So Japanese people are afraid to exchange personal information via digital methods. So you know, very if you okay. So digital exchange is the danger method. But if we correct, if use correct of digital method, it is spreads the possibility of exchange fields. So our industrial engineering polite explain that the possibility of exchange methods, and we install the success case to install the digital methods. So day by day, continuous challenge is people understand and correct use the digital technologies.
Okay, thank you, Professor. This is the last question because we have limited time and almost over. From Botanica, thank you very much for coming to our conference. I would like to know about the situation in Japan now during COVID-19 pandemic, especially about the physical distancing. Does the government release a certain regulation that should follow by the citizen? And if the citizen does not follow the regulation, does the government apply fine or other kind of punishment? Thank you in advance for your response. Please, Professor.
Okay, the relation, it is difficult to the relationship between the government and the citizens. So in the case of Japan, so government strongly said that the advice such as a lockdown or social distance or stay home. So Japanese style, citizens think by themselves, and they think and act by themselves judgment. So European countries is government strongly control that citizens. So in Japan, government is just advice, but not citizen is finally citizen think by myself. So it is another strategies. So I'm not sure about the finally the result. Final result is I don't know the final result, the finish under the finish of a corona. So I continue to observe the difference between the Japan or another countries under the corona situation. It's okay.
Thank you very much, Professor Murata, for the trending and interesting presentation. So we finished the session with the invited speaker of Professor Murata. Thank you very much for the time to give the presentation here, Professor. And now
Thank you very much.
Okay. And now we will enter the other session about the ergonomic and human factors. We have here 10 presenters, but for the first session, we will have 4 speakers, and then we stop the first session, the morning session, to hear the keynote session from this seminar. So for the speaker from Bina Nusantara, Ibu Rida Suraida, from Swiss German University, Pak Aloysius Sigit, from Diponegoro University, Pak Triwibowo, and from Diponegoro University, Dania Eri Dani. Please prepare yourself with the presentation, because we have only 20 minutes for each presenter, 15 minutes for presentation, and 5 minutes for question and answer. So I will invite Ibu Rida Suraida from Bina Nusantara University to present your paper. Please.
Thank you for the chance to present my paper. Let me share screen first. Thank you. May I start the presentation, Ibu Triarti?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Yes, please.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Rida Zuraida from Bina Nusantara University. I'm going to present my paper with my student Andrew Russell. The title is Healthy Riding Behavior Tendency Among College Students Related to Driving Attitude, Riding Knowledge, Emotional Intelligence. This study motivated by the fact that two-wheel vehicle is a major choice of young people when it comes to the transportation. And the fact also showed that 72% accident involve a motorcycle and majority of the victims are in productive age. We also found that young riders less than 30 years old specifically involved in 60% of the accident and about 80% cause related to the human factor. The literature also show that young drivers mostly ignore the importance of safety riding due to the lack of the information and exposure to safety socialization. As we know and support by literatures, optimization bias of young people quite high, where individuals usually will feel more skilled and less likely to have an accident. As we know that safety riding behavior is strongly influenced by the driver's perception. One will interpret it in action that determine his attitude in driving. We also know that driving knowledge is important. The literature also show that the more inexperienced a driver, the riskier their decision will be. As we found in the traffic or in the road, motorcyclists reported being more prone to traffic rules violation than car drivers in certain situations or mostly in many situations. We also found in the literature that emotional intelligence has high relation into driving attitude or driving safety behavior. Based on that background as described, our objective of study is try to assess the tendency of driving behavior among college students toward to riding attitude, riding knowledge, and emotional intelligence. We hope that our study will give a better understanding of how the risk perceived by college students and how to influence those tendencies. For the methodology, we developed a questionnaire as a tool in this study. The questionnaire consists 9 questions about personal data, 19 questions about riding attitude, 14 questions about safety riding, 13 questions about riding knowledge, and the last variable assessed by 25 questions about emotional intelligence. For RA, SR, RK, and EI, the statement stated in 1 to 5 Likert scale. 1 indicate that respondents have strong disagree with the statement, and 5 it means the participant or the respondent have strong agree with the statement. Because this study about the student in all over Indonesia, the distribution conduct in online and distribute using GFORM link. The participant are students in university in Indonesia and come from Sumatra Island, Java Island, and Sulawesi. For the analysis, we use univariate analysis to understand the frequency distribution and variable differentiation, and also we applied binary logistic to predictive model and to understand which variable that affect significant riding behavior. This is the result for demographic data. Total participants are 228 participants. Mostly they are male, about 71.05%. And for female, about 28.95%. For male and female participants, mostly they are study year in third and fourth year, and mostly they have license for motorcycle and for private cars. This is demographic data in graphics, study years by gender, and driving license owned by gender. For the questionnaire result in average, we can say that riding attitude, safety riding, riding knowledge, and emotional intelligence level of the participant is moderate. The value is more than 2.5 for each variables. The task of Cronbach alpha value of the questionnaire is over 0.7. It means the questionnaire is reliable, and the further tests about product moments show that the questionnaire is the data that obtained in the questionnaire valid, so we can use the data for further analysis. Here is statistical test. We're using univariate because we want to see the overview of the frequency distribution of each variable. In order to understand further about the influence of gender, study year, driving license, ownership, obtained on the safety behavior, riding attitude, riding knowledge, and emotional intelligence. On the table, we can see that test on between subject effects. We can see that for gender, study year, and driving license has no significant difference on safety riding tendency, riding attitude tendency, and emotional intelligence. However, it surprised us that for riding knowledge, the driving license ownership show that the participant has different different tendency or different level on riding knowledge. The second statistical we use is binary logistic regression result. For all the data we have, we decode into 0 if the result is categorized into not safe, and we decode as 1 for the result if it categorized into safe. The result of classification table can see here. There are 93.5% corrected prediction based on observed data. Furthermore, for Hosman and Lemsau test, we found that the goodness of fit for logistic regression model is quite high because the significant value is over than 5%, and the value is 0.771. This test assess whether or not the observed event rates match expected event rates in subgroup of the model population. This is the result of binary logistic regression result. We see here that only riding attitude have a significant effect into safety riding behavior with constant value 1.185. And the adjusted R square of the model is 0.352, which indicated that safety riding behavior can describe by the 25.2% of the model. The conclusion of our study, first about the result, the tendency of a safety driving behavior our participant is moderate based on average value on safety riding, riding attitude, riding knowledge, and emotional intelligence. We also found that riding knowledge is significant different based on driving license owned. Riding attitude is the variable influence the safety riding behavior on college student. The implication of this study, Participants who own other driving license have a better understanding of riding knowledge, and the riding knowledge campaign among young generation is important to improve riding attitude. Uh, for further research, we suggest other research dealing with young generation understanding of safety riding and concern about effect formal and non-formal of knowledge exposure of riding knowledge. This is my last slide of presentation. Welcome for any comment or question. Thank you.
Thank you, Burida, for the presentation. So I will open the question session. The attendants who wants to have a question to Burida, please write on the chat room here. Okay, Burida, this is interesting because we see a lot of accident in with motorcycle behavior.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah. So, what are you planning with this research in regarding this kind of situation? A lot of accident, and normally for low-level education people, they all have a tendency to violate the regulation, the traffic regulation. And what your opinion about this?
Okay, before the COVID, actually the government, especially Polri, they regularly give an education uh, to citizen, especially the young which underage. Usually in low educate, their parents allow their children to ride the motorcycle, even they actually cannot operate it well. So actually, I think we should not only educate the young generation, but we should give an understanding to the parents also, because we know this research conduct on college student, actually their behavior must shape before they go to the college. I think maybe the effort that Poly has done must be appreciated, but the frequency and the jangkauannya maybe should more, not only in Jakarta or Jabodetabek, maybe should also do in all over Indonesia. I think that's my opinion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Burida. Any other question?
I see the question in the chat room. Maybe I like to answer first for Pak Win Sukarti.
Oh yeah, okay. Interesting finding, Bu. Is there any suggestion on how increase the riding attitude for the young driver? Okay, Bu, silakan.
Okay, thank you. Young generation are very close to their friends, and I think they also have many exposure on YouTube, games, and something that they're in their daily life. Not for the riding attitude and riding knowledge, maybe we should put involved in their daily activity. I think, yeah, because if they go to driving course, not only because have a little money, their parent also think it waste of money. Not only because they have no money, yeah. So it's very important to give riding knowledge in maybe for in curriculum in high school, I think. That's the answer for Pak Win. My opinion for Pak Win. Should I go to the next question?
Okay.
Or okay.
From Jehosfat, it is common to find people bribing official for the driving license. Would it be more effective to address the official who are corrupt, as it would also help educate driver?
Yes, it's correct, of course. However, it's really hard for in many countries, especially in developed country. It's really hard because people will, when it not allow or the rules is very strict, still people will find a way. I think the more effective is educate the people to have a good riding attitude. I think, yeah, Bu.
Okay. Yeah,
It's long run to remove that culture, I think.
Okay. The last question, Bu. Are there, from Pak Made Sukari, are there different knowledge riding characteristics
Yeah,
result for the...
unfortunately, I didn't do the statistical test to see how that are the characteristic is different. Thank you. That's an input for me. I just see the data, just collected all and do the statistical test. Thank you, Pak Made.
Okay, actually we have two more questions, but we have limited time,
Okay,
so I
thank you.
will give you for one more book.
Okay, about
so many rider from young driver. How about your opinion to learn the parents and young driver about race?
Yeah, I really agree. I really agree. Maybe for the parents, especially a mother in Indonesia, mostly they see the television sinetron. Maybe we should campaign in those sinetrons, so the parents will aware and give an understanding to their child. Maybe. Thank you for the question and for the opportunity to present our paper in Econetsi.
Okay, thank you, Bu. I'm sorry, Pascal, Silverius Pascalis, because we have time limited, so we will continue with the next presentation. Thank you, Burida, for the nice presentation. So I will invite Pak Aloysius Sigit Haryono from Swiss German University.
Thank you, Badri. Should I share the screen right now?
Yeah, Pak.
Yeah. Can I start, Bu?
Okay. Yeah, okay, kelihatan sudah.
Yeah. Okay.
Please, Pak, suaranya yours.
1, 2, 3, radio check.
Okay, okay, clear.
All right.
Thank you, Pak. Okay.
Okay, thank you for the time and opportunity given. My name is Aloysius Sigit Haryono, Engineering Management from Swiss German University. And the title of the paper is Application of Human Factor Analysis to Prioritize the KNKT Recommendation Case Study of Wamena Airport Air Accidents. The background of the research is since 1997, Indonesian government set the Indonesian National Transport Safety Committee. And during that year, the two major air accident investigated and reported officially, which was the Airbus 300 B4 that happened in Medan, also Boeing 737-300 that plunged into the sea in Palembang. And during 1997 until 2019, there were 191 incidents and accidents that happened in Indonesia, published by the NTSC. And 2007 until 2019, every year, Papua contribute accident and incident, can be seen in figures 111 in the blue bars. And categorized into area, and the highest event happens in Java area, which is 56 event of incident and accidents during that year. And then the second one is from Papua, which is 53 events of the accident and incidents. And accident can, the air accident and incident can happen in the airport or outside of the airport. Like for example, in cruise, flying and then impact into the terrain or mountain. And according to the accident and incident that happened in the airport in Papua, Wamena Airport contribute 10 events of accident and incident compared with other airports that located in Papua also only 1 or 2 during 2002 until 2017. And the problem and objective of this study, the problem statement, the KNKT or National Transport Safety Committee in Indonesia has investigated the serious incident in 1999 in Wamena Airport in Papua and make the recommendation for the airlines or operator, the authority, and also the air traffic controller. But still, another accident happened in this airport in 2002, 2009, 2013, 2015, and 2016. And all 5 accidents that happened in Wamena Airport, there were cargo flights, all of them, and happened in approach and landing phase of a flight. And these 5 accidents that happened in Wamena contribute 21% of the total accidents that happen in Papua. And the objective of my study is to prioritize the decision-making of human factor intervention from the NTSC or KNKT recommendation for pilot to block the last layer, which is the unsafe act layer, by doing go-around. And scope of limitation, as can be seen, the Swiss concept by reason stated that accident happen if all the layer there are absent of defense and penetrated by error into mishaps. The layer started from operational layers, then unsafe supervision, and then the next one is the precondition unsafe act layer, and also the last one is the unsafe act layers. In this study, we'll study about the last layer of unsafe act, identifying the errors and also the violation of this layer, and then how to block by doing the go-around by pilot to block and to prevent from the accident. This Swiss concept expanded by Seppel and Wigman into the human factor analysis and classification system, and also human factor intervention metric framework into this HFAX and also HFIX. I study only for the unsafe act layer. Then to calculate the priority of the intervention recommendation, I'm using the analytical hierarchy process that founded by Saati. The literature review, the related research is, I have 5 here that very close with my study. The first and second one from Wild et al. 2017 and also the FTML. This studies about the accidents and then using the framework of HFAX to understand which layers of the accident that attack or make a holes of the layers. And number 3 is the Chen et al. Studying about the error in flight operation using the HFAX frameworks and also the HFIX to understand about the intervention that can block the error in flight operation. And number 4, Chen et al. In 2017 also studied about the one near miss. Near miss is 2 aeroplanes that almost collide each other using the framework of HFAC and also the HFIX. And the intervention priority using the analytical hierarchy process. And then Chen et al. Continue the study using the 0-1 goal programming to understand the priority of the intervention due to limited resources such as a budget and also the manpower in this company. And number 5 is Killick et al. Studying about the gross navigation error for the transatlantic route, transatlantic flight from 3 decision makers, three captains of Boeing 777 that has experience to fly this route, and then identifying the error using the HFAC framework. And how to block the error, he's using the fuzzy analytical hierarchy process. And my proposed model will be studying about 5 air accidents in Wamena Airport. And I'm using also the framework of HFAC and also the HFAX, but for unsafe act layer only. To prioritize the intervention of recommendation from the KNKT, I'm using the analytical hierarchy process. And research methodology, excuse me, I'm collecting the data from the NTSC about these 5 accidents that happened in Wamena. And then I'm frameworking the data into the HVAC and also the HVIC. And to understand the priority of the intervention recommendation from NTSC, I'm using the analytical hierarchy process. So I give the questionnaires to the decision maker or the experts, contains of 3 captains that having experience 10 years or more in Papua and also in Wamena, with 10,000 hours or more rated flying Boeing 737, the biggest aeroplane that operate in this airport. And also 1 co-pilot having 1,500 hours experience in Boeing 737, and also experience 3 years or more in this Wamena and Papua. Then that questionnaire I collected, then I calculated using the analytical hierarchy process to understand about the consistency ratio. When it is more than 0.2, I have to redo it again. But when it is less than 0.2, it's acceptable according to SATI. And then I continue my calculation using the group analytical hierarchy process, and you continue the result and discussion that will be given after the result of calculation. And the conclusion suggestion are expected can give the priority on decision made to block accident happen on the unsafe layer by doing go-around by pilot. And to understand the result and discussion why pilot having hesitation to do the go-around from unstabilized approach, the result of this study, very short movie here. Yep, from the result, so probably we can understand why pilot hesitated to do go around. And from the result of the analytical hierarchy process that given to the expert, I calculated, and the ranking is, firstly, the recommendation is about the technology and engineering, which is 7.74%. The recommendation are installment of instrument approach, chart, and go-around procedure for CATC aeroplane. CATC is like Boeing 737, the video that we see. And flight data analysis installment, fuzzy light repair, and also the ATC radio relay installment, and airport fire department. Number 2 until number 4, I believe it's already implemented in this airport. But the first one, the installment of the IFR approach chart and go-around procedure hasn't been implemented yet in this airport. The go-around procedure is like the escape plan. If pilot approach and then cannot make the landing, so they have to fly away and escape from the runway and then fly up to avoid the terrain also. But without that procedure, the flight will be in jeopardy, will be in risk to impact with the terrain surrounded this airport. So most of the pilot, they're having decision to continue landing even though they are not in stabilized approach, which is created risk as well, as we can see that continuously happen in this airport of accidents. And the second rank will be human and crew, 3.85%. Its recommendation is talking about the supervision and encouragement to pilot from the airlines to do the go-around when they're facing the unstabilized approach. And also some different training that's should be given to the pilot by the airlines. And the third rank is task and mission, which is 2.94%. It's talking about the risk assessment. Risk assessment is like a mitigation of the hazard that about to fly. So this is supposed to be done before the flying started. If the assessment of the risk is high and not meet the requirement of the VFR approach of the airport, they have to delay or even cancel the flight. And the next one is the operational or physical environment, which is 2.72%. Wamena Airport is located in Baliem Valley in Papua, surrounded by high mountain. And the traffic inbound and outbound in this airport is very dense. It's almost 150 traffic aeroplane that land and take off from this airport daily. So the last one is the organization, 2.66%. It's talking about recommendation is talking about the safety notice to pilots. It's like the notice about the safety of the airport, the danger of the airport, so pilot will have the awareness how to operate in this airport. And the next one is also the Indonesian authority by NTSC recommended to supervise the safety recommendation on safety program and safety risk assessment implementation of the airline. And the conclusion, the HVAC framework for unsafe act layer, are taken from the KNKT findings. And the HFIX, the intervention, are taken from the KNKT recommendation. And if no proper order of KNKT recommendation implemented, holes in the unsafe act layer will still exist. And this hole someday will lead into accident or incident. So temporary mitigation, when the first priority not been implemented, are limiting the operation of narrow-body jet aircraft to its performance, and also closure of airport when it's needed, when the requirement not met the VFR approach. And the last one, as the concept of the switches by reason, incident and accident are caused not by single error, single factor, but penetrating all the layer of the. So future study can be extended not only from the unsafe act layer, the last one, to block the accident, but also from the previous layers. And by blocking the error early as possible, it will prevent the accident or incident happens. Thank you so much. Yes, thank you, Bu. I've done with the presentation. I will come for any question or suggestion for me. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Pak Sigit, for interesting presentation. So I will open the question. All the audience can put the question in the chat Zoom. Okay, Pak Sigit, this is very interesting for me. Oh, okay. We have a question from Professor Murata. Thank you for your presentation. Do you have a plan to select evaluation standard from many perspectives for AHP? Pak Sigit?
Yeah, thank you, Prof, for the question. Very nice, interesting questions. Yeah, firstly, in this airport, I will suggest the authority that they have to set up the IFR procedure and go-around procedure. So pilot will not hesitate to do the go-around to block the last error of HVAC framework. That's the only option first. But if they cannot do that, then the priority, the next priority will be done, and authority has to reduce the traffic that flying to that airport also, and also other things like the risk assessment has to be done, implementation. Actually, in Indonesia, we have what we call it SSP, Safety State Program. I can talk to the Safety State Program how to improve the safety, and just using the simple one, analytical hierarchy process, actually we can solve the problem in this airport especially. And there are actually many other interesting topic to study about aviation in Papua, because so many accidents also happen there. But I'll do it later on, and slowly just give the suggestion how to improve the safety. Only with AHP, at least we can block the error that happened. Thank you, Professor.
Okay, thank you, Pak Sigit. Other question from Silverius Pascalis about airlines incident. Is Boeing 737 MAX series incident we saw a year ago will tighten the regulation corresponding to this situation? Pak Sigit?
For sure, yes. So it's talking about Boeing 737 MAX. The error is coming from the manufacturer initially, but as the switches concept, accident will not be happen only with one single factor. At least 4 layer has been penetrated. So for sure, the FAA already give the type certificate for this Boeing 737 MAX. By having that misdesign, what I can say like that, FAA already published, but then all around the world, they're having problems. So right now, most of the authority, they will do their own type certificate of this Boeing 737 MAX. EASA in Europe even stated that, yes, I have to do it by myself. Indonesia also stated like that. So yes, by having incident happen, aviation learning by blood. So we improve everything procedure regulation by blood. If somebody dead with accident incident, then yes, we improve the safety. Thank you for the question.
Okay, next question from Niklas Simorangkir. Regarding the KNKT recommendation on the flight safety, other countries, wait a moment. Okay, I lost the question.
Yeah, it's scrolling down.
Yeah, sorry, I'm sorry. Where is the question? Okay. Other countries may not agree to such recommendation. Would it be better to create and follow the standard that are international accepted by other countries?
In aviation, we have safety management system already, actually. And ICAO mandated that most of the country has to implement this SMS system. So not only the authority, but also the operator, the airline, they have to do it. This is standard by ICAO. And ICAO initially published about the SMS system that has to be followed by state and also airline. So any member of the country that following the ICAO standard, they have to follow this. They have to follow the SMS. So it's facts and it's fixed already actually part of the SMS system. When miss of the SMS is trying to block the error. And FAA, even America, United States of America, they also about to implement the SMS system. So initially it's done by the ICAO. So there are many authorities, the Indonesian using the ICAO standard, Europe using the EASA, and the FAA is done by the American. So there is one standard actually in aviation. Thank you, by the way, for the question.
Because we still have several questions, but we have only several minutes also. But I will, this is for the last question from Ibu Susanti. Thank you, Mr. Sigit. If we look at on the Instagram, Papua pilot pictures and movies show that airport in Papua is still traditional. Do you have any recommendation to make government more serious in developing it?
Yeah, authority, they have, like I said before, we have SSP, the Safety State Program that run by one committee like that. So if no matter they are traditional, they are advanced airport, if they're following the requirements and they make the risk assessment followed using the SMS system in the aviation, to guarantee that the error will be blocked as early as possible. Different angles to see. So the problem is discipline. If we are not disciplined in implementing the procedure, then it's about the people. And culture is a culture. So we have to have a good culture about safety and the awareness of safety. That's it. That's my understanding about safety. I've been in this position as a pilot for 28 years and flying all over. I returned to Indonesia, contribute about the safety in Indonesia. That's why I'm making the research and also make the recommendation to the authority. That's my understanding. By the way, thank you again for the question.
Okay, my apologies because we have two more questions that cannot be asked to Pak Sigit because we have a time limitation. Thank you, Pak Win and Trinasya Renata for the question. I'm sorry, we cannot ask your question to Pak Win. So Pak Win, this is the interesting case, and my suggestion only if you do more deeply with the HFACS, it will be more interesting if you find something from the organization itself, because that is the purpose of finding human error using framework HFACS.
Okay, do both. Thank you for the suggestion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pak Sigit, for the presentation. Now I will invite Pak Triwibowo from Diponegoro University to present the paper. Please welcome Pak Triwibowo.
Thank you, Putri, and presentation from Pak Sigit. Now I will present my paper. My name is Triwi Bowo. I'm from Diponegoro University, and I'm a senior manager on construction company in Jakarta, Indonesia. I'm here today to talk to you about identifying causal factor of accident related to working at height, case study on construction company. I've divided my talk to 4 sections. First, I'll try to offer the introduction, background of the problem, and look at the research method. Third, I'll give you some fact and figure of result and discussion, finally, conclusion. My talk will last about 10 minutes. Please hold your question at the end of presentation. I'll have to answer them. Let's begin with the first section. I'm going to tell you something about the background. Here is an interesting table illustrated total accident in Indonesia from 2010 until 2018. From this table on the left, we can see that work safety performance in Indonesia in the last decade is not indicating better condition. The construction sector contributes significantly to the number of work accidents. Data availability and data accuracy, especially in the construction industry, are not enough to study related to a large number of construction companies and the high disparity in the level of maturity of the work safety management system among construction companies, including accident reporting system. Based on this consideration, it is necessary to research a case study approach to the problem of construction accident on one of construction company in Indonesia. Let us come the right graph that show number of incidents at the one construction company in 2010 until 2019. Decrease in 2012 and increase in 2018. Okay, the next slide, we can elaborate the information. On the left graph, we can see the number of fatal accidents caused death yearly. From 22 fatal accidents that caused death, 11 cases or 50% caused by falls from a height. Research on the problem falling from the height has not been done much, although the number of fatal accidents caused by falling from the height is quite high. I'd like to move to the second topic, research method. The first step of the research method was collecting data series of incident. Second step was analyze the accident investigation data. Next step, build a questionnaire to know perception safety stakeholders about causal factor accident related fall from the height. Questionnaire reference from Wong Research that study causal accident in Hong Kong construction. Actually, questionnaire was built based on modified domino theory framework approach. The questionnaire was developed from domino theory that's modified by Frank Ebert that focus on system management. It looks at the cause of the accident by macro, so it can help companies evaluate the root on the problem systematically to produce continuous improvement. The number of respondents involved in this study that reply questionnaire was 43 people, consists of division head, project manager, safety manager, and safety officer. Finally, data analysis was performed using graph and table. That was I said about the research method. Let us come to the next point, result. 1,084 incidents were recorded in construction company for period 2010 and 2019 for all work projects. Table on the slide shows the direct causes of incident regarding unsafe action, unsafe condition, human factor, and occupational factor. Based on the type of the work, form work was the most dominant incident that is equal to 46 events. Based on the original of the gender, contact with sharp object and hard object has the most dominant incident with 130 cases that can be seen in diagram on the top right. The three factors that cause accident to the fall from the height associated with construction worker are from work. from work related to stair and scaffolding is the most current work incident of falling from the height. Besides, human factors such as fatigue, physical ability, and lack of knowledge contribute to possibility of falling. The type of work related to falling from height is scaffolding and structural work at height of 65.1%. In the study, it was found that the lack of proper procedure and implementation of 33.3% caused the work accident falling off the height. Lack of monitoring and supervision, 25.5%, and proper equipment and work platform by 19.6%. The study also found that 97.7% of respondents had adopted work instruction or safety guideline for working at height, and 88.4% had adopted work instruction for the use of scaffolding. On the other hand, this work had an accident, the fatal work, and not a lot happened. Figure on the left shows that the main problem encountered in the implementation of safety procedure and guideline at height are workforce attitude and behavior by 44.2%, lack of knowledge of worker by 20.9%. Procurement and health safety equipment is one the risk control method. Falling from restraint equipment is one the risk control method. Procurement system of health and safety equipment and PPE, personal protective equipment, can be seen in figure on the right. Let's focus on the left graph regarding arrangement for improving construction safety. 35.3% of respondents give the perception that clear work procedure and guidelines were the most effective method for improving the safety of people working off height. At the same time, 25.5% found the technical design for protection the most effective manner. By specific, respondents agreed that better control, 61.3%, work permit system, 20%, and training for worker, 11%, are three dominant key factors to minimize accident from stair, as shown in the picture of the right side. The last graph leads me to my last point, discussion and conclusion. When formulating the main cause of accident, respondents highlight the lack of proper procedure and guidelines as the main cause. It was a paradox because at the same time, respondents generally confirmed to have reviewed many regulations related to working at height on internal work instructions. Respondents give the perception that clear working procedure and guidelines are the most effective method for improving safety people working at height. Nevertheless, this perception should be corrected with the views of senior safety coordinator and safety manager with higher experience with good planning design. I repeat again, planning design as the most effective method for improving the safety people working at height. It is not simple misperception situation because will impact choice and priority action of projects. Respondents who are mostly project manager and safety officer see the more dominant worker factor as the cause of the accident. Poor work safety attitude and behavior and lack of knowledge of worker are considered to be the main problem in implementing safety procedure and guideline of height. On the other hand, the duty and responsibility are to ensure that worker attitude and behavior comply with health safety norms, including ensure that worker safety knowledge meet the minimum standards set. It's a deep question for the project manager and safety manager for responsibility understanding. The last 72% of respondents agreed that poor safety attitude and behavior were a common potential hazard that could cause a person to fall from height. This finding confirmed Wong research in Hong Kong. And if we back to return to the original research question, we can conclude that scaffolding is the most work accident when working at height in construction company. Human factors such as fatigue, physical ability, and lack of knowledge and lack of proper procedure and guidelines, as well as adequate safety attitude and behavior as the leading causes of accident falling from height while walking. Clear work procedure and guidelines are the most effective method for improving the safety people walking at height. This slide brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you for your attention. I will be glad to answer any question you might have. Tri, please.
Thank you, Pak. Okay, thank you, Pak Triwibowo for the presentation. So I will try to find the question. Okay, if okay, this is from Pak Sigit, I think. Do we have stabilized standard in height work, Pak Tri, like in other country, LEEA, Lifting Equipment Engineering Association standard?
Are taken into industry, Bu.
Yeah, are taken into industry because my chat already jumped into another chat.
Okay.
Sorry. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Pak Sigit. Actually, we have a standard also from, as we call, Permenaker, that have regulated for standard equipment for work on height. Also, some of construction company adopt a work instruction or safety guideline from another regulation from Australia or America and many others, but actually they have internal regulation or work instruction to regulate the work and height, because it's many different cases with many different type of work. It can make a different standard also. But actually, from in Indonesia, we use a standard from Permenaker. Can answer the question, Pak?
Thank you, Pak Tri. Yes, thank you.
Okay. Another question from Pak Win Sukardi. Surprising funding, Pak, that 33% is because of lack of proper procedures. One of the action may be to look at the contractor selection process, especially on finding the right potential contractors and the selection process. What is your opinion, Pak Tri, from your research?
Yes, actually, it is not, the finding is not surprise for me. I'm the one of the person involved in construction company, because as you know, we have a standard from the guideline, but most of us did not really understand. It's depend on understanding of safety manager or safety engineer also. In this finding also, you can see that most of us follow the standard, the guideline, but most of the respondents said that they can blame the situation that the standard is not proper. It is a paradox that's become our homework to discuss internally in construction. That's my opinion.
Okay, thank you, Pak Tri. Another interesting question, Pak Tri. My name is Eka. Since most of the construction jobs were subcontracting, how did you find the best way to educate them in improving safety practices, especially for working in height?
I will answer the question based on best practice, because actually from the standard of construction company that follow with ISO or OSAS. Usually they have a standard that subcontractor should follow the standard safety on main construction. So the step is give them a questionnaire that did the subcontractor follow the safety management system. If they do not, they should follow the standard system on regulation on construction company. That's the first way to make sure that the subcontractor follow the standard. The second is make regulation that the subcontractor is one of part of the team of the project. So they also give a quality safety management system also proposed to the main contractor, and they will discuss. Of course, they have a plan planning for the safety itself, and implementation also. They give conducting to the subcontractor.
Okay, thank you, Pak. The next question is from Bu Rida Suraida. It is very interesting finding, Pak. Do you think a strict regulation implementation will help to reduce the accident? Are they aware about the punishment for the violation?
Yes, good question, and it's become concern of construction company. As you know, previous condition, we have many cases falling from height and highway project. You know, the government give punishment with suspend or stop the project and give penalty from the construction company. But I think it is not for the final. I mean that the punishment is already done, but it is not effective. I believe that the follow-up for each construction company is the important thing. Like, for example, for construction company, they follow up with make the Directorate for Safety to make sure that all system on safety well done of the company. That's the answer for my opinion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Patri. Because we have another session with the keynote speaker and the minister is already prepared for giving the presentation. So we continue with the next presenter, Ibu Dania Eridani from Diponegoro University. Please. Thank you, Pak Tri, for the presentation.
Yeah, good afternoon, Putri.
Good afternoon.
My name is Dania Eridani. I'm from Department of Computer Engineering Diponegoro University, and today I would like to present about my research series about occupational health and safety management system in Engineering Faculty of Diponegoro University using Scrum model. For today's agenda, I divided into 4 parts. The first is introduction, method, the sudden discussion, and then continue with conclusion. So here's at the first, we found that there is an accident in every workplace. We can find it around us. 80 until 90% of it is come because the behavior or act, and 10 until 20% is because of the condition. And then here, as the background of the research, the first is about the safety in the workplace. We know that safety has become the important issue that must be considered. As we know that if we realize about the safety in the workplace, we can make a prevention concept to reduce the risk from varieties of hazard or a threat that possibly coming to the workplace. And then we know that there is an international standard, is ISO 45001. It's an international standard provide framework to manage the occupational health and safety issue in the organization. And in Diponegoro University, especially in Faculty of the Engineering, we already implement this international standard. And here we know that we need to perform safety in the workplace. And we can do the hazard identification, risk assessment, and risk control or hierarchy modeling to check and prevent all of the hazard and possibly threat that can be happen. In here, we know that campus is also a workplace because there is also a variety place that can make the threat that can possibly happen. Especially in laboratory, we know that there is a concern that we need to pay attention here. That's why here there is also a standard that implement to prevent all of that hazard and threat. Based on that background, here our team we like to share about our research. Here we made a management system using a Scrum model. Here the method we use is Scrum model, which consists of product backlog, sprint planning, sprint backlog, sprint, and daily Scrum meeting. Here is to bridge the standard that implement in faculty engineering by a system. So here we made a management system that can use for the safety team in the faculty of engineering in daily routine. So the first is by the client meeting. We found that there is a routine inspection that done between the safety team in faculty engineering. There is also a tools inspection that done regularly, and then there is a safety meeting, and then there is also program safety training, safety or safety drill. From the client meeting, we know what's the safety team in faculty engineering done in daily routine. And from the meeting, here we made the product backlog and sprint backlog. So based on the conversation, based on the interview, we try to bridge what they want into our feature list. Like for the first here, we know that the client here is the safety team from the faculty engineering. They stated that they want an application that can report that incident happened using the application. When they can report accident happen in near the campus by the application, they want that they don't need to report a manual report, so they can use the application to directly fill the incident that happened in the area. So here we made the acceptance criteria based on the user story given by the client. Like, oh, so that here we found there is several user here. So we can first check there is a login using account into the system. And then to process the report of the incident, we can click the incident report menu here. And then we have to fill out the incident report data. And then we cannot continue the process before filling all of the details. And then we can save the final report. There is a lot of user stories that bridge into several criteria here. After the bridging process, here we made the product backlog. So after the interview, in client meeting, and then the user story, the bridging process, we can make the list what's the product backlog that we will do to develop the management system here. Like, so first after user story that they want that they have an easiness to do the incident report. Here we made one of our product backlog is report incident. After we try to mapping the user story into product backlog here, so we make the detailed plan in sprint backlog here, what we need to do in those features. So this is one example in the process of product backlog and sprint backlog. After we got the user story here, we got the list in report incident, and then we got the detail in sprint backlog, like, oh, we need to make incident data field, we make to make incident cause, which list on the button like that, and then what the criteria that need to develop the feature. After we've got the sprint backlog here, so the product owner, Scrum Master, and the development team doing the daily development routine. So we have a daily Scrum meeting here, which we use to sharing the problem after spreading the sprint backlog into the development team. So every day we have a daily Scrum meeting to check what's the problem and how to solve the problem. And then we try to pack it to the checklist in sprint backlog to check whether all the features that we needed to develop the system is already clear. So after we finish all the sprint backlog here, the team proposed the test case based on the client meetings. So we've got the list from the client story, and then from the client story, we make the test case. So this is the first one example of the test scenario here. The first is we try to check the employee begin with valid data. So after we got a several lists in sprint backlog, we make a scenario, and then we make the detail to do in those test scenario. Like this is the test step. The first is opening the app and then entering the username, entering the password, click login, and then we have the expected result here. And then the user will check whether the result is show as the expected result that's stated here, and then we can check whether it is passed or not. And this is after the test case, we can deliver the final product into our client here, the Safety Management in Faculty Engineering Diponegoro University. And that we got from developing, this is the discussion that we've got from developing the management system application here. Based on the test case, the system is built as what the clients want. So we check based on the test scenario given, what they need to do on the test case, and then we have the checklist whether the test is passed or not. All the features already been developed as the clients want. And then based on the process here, we've got that the Scrum daily meeting is a very important step that must be done, because especially we develop this management system in group, but we do it individually because of the COVID-19. We cannot meet directly very often here. So the daily Scrum meeting here is make the problem that occur in every task in developing the feature is can be solved here. And then the bridging process from the user story into the product backlog hold the important key. So the product owner must be sure in bridging the what's the users want here to make a detailed product backlog, so that the team doesn't miss any single feature that must be developed. And then here, the Scrum team doesn't need to bother with the documentation. So we only need to build the manual book here. And then in using Scrum, each change can be made without having to go back in order as in traditional software development process. So in the process in developing the system, there is several changes from the client. By using the Scrum model, we don't need to back into the first step of the method here, but we can in Agile, we can make the change without having to go back in every step. So we can make in a sprint itself. And then the team using the checklist to the data sprint in checking the process instead of the burden check. So in our process here, we don't use the burden check, but we only use the checklist to make sure that every feature that wants to be developed is clear. So this is the conclusion. The test case showed that all the features meet the client's expectation, meets the client's need. And the Scrum is very suitable here because we have a 12 department here to manage the safety issue in the area. Scrum is very suitable in developing this project. But here, our team needs to do a further work here. So we just finished developing the system, but we haven't checked whether the implementation of the system make a better result for the team, for the safety team in the engineering faculty. And we haven't checked about the implication after this system is implemented in the real environment. That's all that I can present to all of you, and I'm open for any question and suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you, Bu Dania. We have a question from Pak Eka Prayudha here. Bu Dania, instead of reach after the incident happened, what's your opinion of developing the prevention monitoring system? Thank you.
What's your opinion of the book? Okay. So after the incident happened, here, the management system here provide tools that can report directly about the criteria of that incident. What is the incident? Like where is who is the who had the accident, and then where is the location and what the cause of the incident. But before that, in the system, we also have hierarchy. So we already we already mapped the hazard, the threat that possibly happen. So it can be checked through every user academia that using the system. So it actually can prevent the accident. But if the accident happen here, we can directly open the application through the web and or by mobile phone, and then we can report the incident, or we have emergency number to call who can solve the problem. Like, do we need to call hospital, or do we need only to call the safety management team in the campus, something like that.
Okay, thank you, Bu Dania. So with the presentation from Bu Dania Eridani, I will close the parallel session 1, but please stay in this room because the next we will hear the speaker from Bapak Profesor Bambang Brojonegoro. Thank you for your attention. Please stay in this room, and then we will meet again at 1 o'clock with the parallel session 2. Thank you.
From its humble beginning in 2000, Swiss German University has grown to be one of the most successful private universities with European connections in Indonesia. Our vision in becoming a globally recognized university with a superior learning culture and high social responsibility has been increasingly realized through our distinguished graduates whose knowledge, experience, and most importantly, character are greatly needed in today's competitive markets. In order to maximize the delivery of quality of both academic and non-academic services, our lecturers and staff are always there for you. 90% of our lecturers earned their academic degrees from abroad with work experience in industry, who will deliver the teaching and learning activities using English as a medium of instructions. The small class sizes allows the students to be fully engaged with the lecturers. Moreover, both of our academic and non-academic staff are ready to serve you.
Because the courses are not overcrowded, you get to know them straight away. And they're so friendly and helpful, and so it's really not hard to integrate here. But it's not only about the lecturers in the class, it's also about the people you will explore. Everybody is smiling and saying hello, although they do not know you. And as far as I remember, I've never seen anybody stress you or being in a hurry.
SGU's industry-oriented study programs, including 11 bachelor's and 3 master's degrees programs, offer international degree courses which combine both theoretical and practical training and internship programs.
Studying mechatronics engineering at SGU have been rewarding for me because I learned both practical skills and theoretical skills at the same time. Most of the lectures at the university talk about designing a system, where we try to combine electrical engineering and mechanical engineering to build one whole smart system.
Our unique internship program allows the students to experience working as an intern in multinational companies in Indonesia during the 3rd semester and working as an intern in global companies in Europe during the 6th semester.
I experienced my first internship in Bali during my 3rd semester at Marriott Hotel, where I learned about housekeeping and front office.
Last year, I had my first internship in Bosch Indonesia. What I can learn from Bosch Indonesia are first about the customer relationship management, second how to relate with the third party, and the last is how I can learn about the new marketing strategy.
From its humble beginning in 2000, Swiss German University has grown to be one of the most successful private universities with European connections in Indonesia. Our vision in becoming a globally recognized university with a superior learning culture and high social responsibility has been increasingly realized through our distinguished graduates whose knowledge, experience, and most importantly, character are greatly needed in today's competitive markets. In order to maximize the delivery of quality of both academic and non-academic services, our lecturers and staff are always there for you. 90% of our lecturers earned their academic degrees from abroad with work experience in industry who will deliver the teaching and learning activities using English as a medium of instructions. The small class sizes allows the students to be fully engaged with the lecturers. Moreover, both of our academic and non-academic staff are ready to serve you.
Because the courses are not overcrowded, you get to know them straight away. And they're so friendly and helpful. And so it's really not hard to integrate here. But it's not only about the lecturers in the class, it's also about the people you meet as well. Everybody is smiling and saying hello, although they do not know you. And as far as I remember, I've never seen anybody stressed here or being alone.
SGU's industry-oriented study programs, including 11 bachelor's and 3 master's degrees programs, offer international degree courses which combine both theoretical and practical training and internship programs.
Studying mechatronics engineering at SGU have been rewarding for me because I learned both practical skills and theoretical skills at the same time. Most of the lectures at the university talk about designing a system, where we try to combine electrical engineering and mechanical engineering to build one whole smart system.
Our unique internship program allows the students to experience working as an intern in multinational companies in Indonesia during the 3rd semester and working as an intern in global companies in Europe during the 6th semester.
I experienced my first internship in Bali during my 3rd semester at Marriott Hotel, where I learned about housekeeping and front office.
Last year, I had my first internship in Bosch Indonesia. What I can learn from Bosch Indonesia are first about the customer relationship management, second how to relate with the third party, and the last is how I can learn about the new marketing strategy in Bosch Indonesia.
Thank you for trusting us to be the choice of institution for your future global success. Welcome to Swiss German University, your gateway to global success.
PT Dian Swastitika Sentosa Tbk. DSS main business activities consists of power generation, coal mining and trading, multimedia, and fertilizer and chemical trading. Captive power plants located in Serang, Tangerang and Karawang, in coal mining business in Sumatra and Kalimantan. DSS places high priority for safety and health aspects, corporate social responsibility activities related to environmental aspects, employment, health and safety aspect, social and community development aspect, and product responsibility aspect.
From its humble beginning in 2000, Swiss German University has grown to be one of the most successful private universities with European connections in Indonesia. Our vision in becoming a globally recognized university with a superior learning culture and high social responsibility has been increasingly realized through our distinguished graduates whose knowledge, experience, and most importantly, character are greatly needed in today's competitive markets. In order to maximize the delivery of quality of both academic and non-academic services, our lecturers and staff are always there for you. 90% of our lecturers earned their academic degrees from abroad with work experience in industry who will deliver the teaching and learning activities using English as a medium of instructions. The small class sizes allows the students to be fully engaged with the lecturers. Moreover, both of our academic and non-academic staff are ready to serve you.
Because the courses are not overcrowded, you get to know them straight away. And they're so friendly and helpful. And so it's really not hard to integrate here. But it's not only about the lecturers in the class, it's also about the people you meet on the floor. Everybody's smiling and saying,
physical. And then, of course, there will be a shift in business practices themselves and could be the shift in the business environment in general. So we have to anticipate this. And of course, we have to make sure that everything that has been done virtually should be at the same level with the one that has been that used to be done physically or with the full physical contact. So in this case, less contact economy should be the area that we should promote the innovation. What kind of innovation in the less contact economy? We can see on the 10 digital trends during this pandemic, like online shopping, for example. Of course, we are very familiar, and I think it's good for us if we keep doing the innovation in this online shopping, so the customers feel that whenever they do online shopping, they feel it's not much different compared to what they are doing, if they go to shopping mall, if they go to the traditional market. So we need to make everything virtual, as close as possible to the real one. And then, of course, the other one would be payments. I think digital banking has been mainstream in Indonesian community. Usually, we never go to the bank, to the bank office, to the branch of the bank office, and instead we just depend everything on the our mobile banking, for example. The other one would be online entertainment. I think this is still behind, but if we keep innovating, if we keep developing the product for online entertainment, I believe there will be a market, because people are eager to enjoy entertainment, but they cannot do that because of strict protocol. So the solution is doing the entertainment online. But of course, at the same time, we need to make sure this online entertainment will be as entertaining as the real entertainment itself. And then supply chain 4.0, we are talking about automation in the manufacturing industry, which is now becomes the factor for competitiveness. If you want to be more competitive in manufacturing, there is no other way than applying the Industrial Revolution 4.0, the technology through the automation, combined with the 3D printing, because now 3D printing has been quite effective in making many products. If you remember the face shields that you might use sometimes, especially in the crowd, this face shield can be, designed and made through 3D printing. So you don't need, large-scale manufacturing just to manufacture the face shield. The other one would be the thing that we are doing right now, which is teleworking. The webinar and everything now becomes like the household name, because everybody does that. Everybody feels having a webinar is much more efficient and effective compared to the real seminar. And then telemedicine, I think this is the area that still needs a lot of innovation, because the so-called telemedicine today, if you go around with telemedicine in Jakarta, for example, basically they only offer the so-called e-consultation and e-prescription. So only give the prescription electronically and give the consultation also doing consultation electronically. But if you look at the advanced telemedicine, for example, in the US, their telemedicine, they can, for example, check your pulse, check your heart rate, check your temperature, from the virtual, So of course, the device, the computer needs to be equipped with all this type of the sensor to check all the vital signs. And then the robot and drones, I think you must be very much aware that we have to use this robot and drones as much as possible. Of course, it will be more efficient and it will reduce the needs of people to go around and, of course, for example, to monitor what happened in South China Sea, for example. We don't have to use all the ships, from Navy and everything. Use the drone will be more effective and efficient. And then teleeducation and training. I believe the Swiss German University has to do this online education, but I believe online education will be the future education. It's not just emergency, but it will be one of the pattern for future education. And then, of course, we have to understand even better the advancement of the 5G as well the ICT itself. So how is our digital transformation development in the next 5 years? First, infrastructure, broadband expansion. And of course, whenever we do the broadband expansion, it has to combine between the BTS, the fiber optic, as well as the satellite. Indonesia is so big, and as the largest archipelagic island, it will be hard to depend everything on the fiber optic connection. So satellite has to accompany or has to complement the fiber optic connection. And then government needs to improve the services through e-government. So e-government is not just about, some fancy technology. E-government is necessity in order to improve the public services. And then, of course, we need to utilize more the ICT infrastructure, as I mentioned, for education, health, social, even for agriculture, e-commerce. Basically, many sectors in economy will enjoy the benefit of the ICT. Being digital actually is in line with more economic productivity. But at the same time, we need to strengthen our digital human resources. Indonesia, to some extent, still depends on the expertise of digital from abroad. So, of course, we need to localize. We need to create more local talents for this digital expertise. And then we need to strengthen the domestic industry itself for ICT. More and more companies will be very much welcome. And then at the same time, technology adoption, especially when we are talking big data and IoT. I think big data now becomes so-called the major data, or I usually call the next gold mining is the data mining. Why? Because big data can collect and predict the behavior of human being. And it will be very much beneficial for the business to use big data as much as possible. And then to improve or to increase the effectiveness of big data, then artificial intelligence is becomes one of the main tools to utilize the big data itself. And then IoT, of course, because then everything needs to be in internet form, because that's what people are looking for, especially the younger generation. So when we are talking about the future, especially digital transformation, then we need to speed up also the internet of many things, internet of things that will make life easier and also more efficient. So hopefully by 2045, Indonesia will be one of the world-class creative and digital economy centers. And this is supposed to be the goal of our innovation-driven economy, because Korea already defines their innovation through electronic industry, especially cell phone industry. Japan has been done that, especially for automotive industry. So if Indonesia someday becomes the developed country and trying to do that through innovation-driven economy, we have to define in what kind of innovation that will bring Indonesia into the global stage. So focusing on digital economy, I think will be beneficial for our country. First, digital economy will allow efficient use of resources. I think there's no doubt about this. We understand about the effectiveness of the digital economy. And then this is also more important, especially to deal with the corruption, encouraging financial transparency, because there will be digital footprint, created by all the financial activities. And then, of course, it's good not only for public money, but also for private money, and also could protect, the people in terms of doing financial transaction, and then improve the community welfare. One good example of how digital can improve community welfare, I remember one of the digital application that has been developed for the fishermen. So in the past, whenever the fishermen, just caught the fish, the fresh fish usually had to be sold to the intermediaries, pedagang perantara. And these intermediaries will sell the products into wholesaler, retailer, and finally to the final consumer. So it takes so long. I mean, the market chain is so long, so the price at the customer will be high, while farmers only get small amount of money, and it's not good for their income. It won't help them out of the poverty. But with the existence of digital application, now the fisherman can sell the fish, the fresh fish, just caught in the ocean, directly to the final customers, either supermarket, restaurants, or others. So it will help, it will cut all the rent seekers that usually happens in the intermediary process. And then digital economy will also encourage the digital footprint. And for the people who work in, let's say, in banking community, this digital footprint will be like know your customer. Whenever you are a credit officer, you need to have the quality to do know your customer, because before you give the credit, you have to know this borrower will be able to give the money back to the bank. But of course, it needs collateral and everything. It will be complicated. But with this digital approach, then digital footprint will be the one that explain about know your customer, and could be also used as substitute for the collateral. Yeah. And then there are some issues and policies in digital economy that we should pay attention. Of course, connectivity is the one. Infrastructure is important, and then to encourage more and more non-cash payment. I think this has been the trend in many parts of the world. Logistic, it has to be innovation, digital innovation in logistic services to make sure, of course, the efficiency of the logistic itself. Indonesia is still considered as the country with the high logistic costs. Our logistic costs still more than 20% of our GDP. Of course, it's not good for a business community. And we need to make logistic more efficient, not only by, adding the trucks or adding the train, but more importantly is through the digital innovation. And then data policy, especially data sharing, and also about privacy, because data is very much important, but of course, we cannot entertain the probability of data of the privacy, abuse of privacy, because it could happen if we don't really regulate this data. And then planning and strategy, of course, is important. And then cybersecurity. And now, whenever we are talking about the national security, it's not just about military security, but sometimes cybersecurity becoming a critical issue, especially for business level, for banking sector, financial sectors, and also for the e-commerce. Now they really need to equip themselves with this cybersecurity, because there are so many hackers every day, every hour maybe, or every minute, trying to hack the website. And of course, it's dangerous for the business continuity. And then customer protection always becomes one of the essential part. And this is the one that I would like to emphasize at the end of my presentation, digital entrepreneurship. Because if we want to do smooth and quick digital transformation, there is no way that we can do it without entrepreneurship. We need more entrepreneurs in digital area. Before going to the entrepreneurship, we need to create the ecosystem of digital economy. And again, the center of attention is the entrepreneur, either micro scale, small scale, or medium scale. Whatever scale they have, they need the support. They need support from you, from university, in terms of technological development, and of course, the human resource, the talent, digital talent, as well as they need the support from the companies that doing smart logistic, because this is the way they can get the market access, or at least digital platform company. In the digital platform company, either application, social media, e-commerce, this is now the most important marketplace for the digital entrepreneurs, as well as the support from the network operators, because then you can rely on the quality of the connection and quality of the transaction. So this is the importance of the ecosystem. So the companies can sell their product at the easiest way to the customers. And it's good during the pandemic, so we don't need to depend on the physical infrastructure or on the properties, shopping mall, traditional market, just to do the business or retail transaction. Of course, government needs to supervise and needs to provide proper regulation for this digital economy ecosystem. And then part of digital transformation is the digital ecosystem acceleration through data-driven decision. So of course, now, as I mentioned, big data is the next gold mining. Whenever you do the business decision or business prediction, big data is very much important. So we need to collect as much as possible the data itself. And with the wider data, we can provide opportunities for better business, higher revenue, as well as reducing the cost. So this is the beauty of the big data. But of course, there are some challenges. For example, the work culture in utilizing technology, because then sometimes there is, sometimes the understanding about the big data itself is still lack, meaning that people do not believe that big data actually is much more powerful than maybe statistics. And then the readiness of organizational infrastructure, as well as, of course, the critical one, readiness of talent pool. Because if you want to utilize the data, you need to have data scientists. And of course, the universities, I believe, including SGU, needs to provide either department or maybe a program of data science. And data science is a bit different with statistics. Statistics is about the data, but data science basically combining the statistics with the computer science, with telecommunication technology. So at the end, you can get the raw data, not by survey or by questionnaire, but raw data through telecommunication activities. And let's see our position in Southeast Asia. I will not describe all of them, but in general, we are not the leader in digital economy in Southeast Asia. For example, even in the mobile broadband subscribers, in terms of percentage of population, yes, Indonesia has a very good, on the left, Indonesia is in the very good condition, 100%. So our 100%, all the population, total population, everybody has mobile broadband subscribers. This is based on the data. But look at Thailand, because Thailand is not a small country. Their population is quite big, almost 100 million, if I'm not mistaken. But they have the mobile band subscriber 170%. So it means, the mobile broadband has been more extensive in Thailand compared to Indonesia. Of course, we are in the much better position compared to Philippines. In terms of price of mobile broadband, as percentage of gross national income per capita, so how expensive or how cheap the price of mobile broadband relatively, then Indonesia, unfortunately, is not the cheapest one. Yeah. In fact, we are part of the most expensive one with the Philippines. So, of course, this is still our homework, how to make mobile broadband more affordable to majority of our people. So, of course, they can really utilize digital economy. They want to be part of digital economy because they know it's not that expensive to be involved in this digital economy through telecommunication and internet connection. So I just discussed this too. Of course, there are many other aspects that needs to be considered, but starting with these first two, we know that our potential in digital economy is so big, but the price is not that cheap. So people, maybe not all people can have affordable broadband. So as a result, they have difficulties in utilizing the digital. And you can see the experience of our students, especially elementary students in remote areas, in villages, when they have to do online education, in which they have difficulty just to secure the connection. And also they have problem with the payment of getting the connection itself. So back to the idea of the digital entrepreneurship. Well, this is another aspect. If in the competitiveness we are quite low, then maybe one of the reason because our entrepreneurship is also quite low. Rank number 75 out of 137 countries based on the data in 2019. So this is the area that we need to focus because we want to be innovation-driven economy, and we need both digital transformation and we need more entrepreneurship. So if we combine, what we need is digital, or we need more digital entrepreneurship. And of course, again, compared to other ASEAN countries, we might be a bit competitive with Thailand, but certainly we are below Singapore and Malaysia. So again, the idea to create entrepreneurship has to come from us. And who should be the supplier, quote unquote, of this digital entrepreneurship? Is university, including Swiss German University. Who could be the best candidates? Students. Because students, of course, they learn about the knowledge, the science, and they are exposed to the network. So this is the time in which we educate our students, not just mastering their field of study or mastering the science or technology, but also mastering the entrepreneurship. We need to encourage more of our students when they graduate, they are ready to become entrepreneurs, because Indonesia needs more entrepreneurs. I mean, the number of entrepreneurs today is way below the standard. So we need to increase that. And then, because we are talking about the future, of course, the future entrepreneurs should be technology-based, should be digital-based, yeah, because of course we want this entrepreneur to be successful in the future. Of course, some of them will still continue with their conventional or traditional business, which is fine. We need more entrepreneurs, but we need to encourage more of them to be part of this startup, basically the technology-based entrepreneurs. And on the last page, next page, please. Our ministry has a program to support the startup called Startup Inovasi Indonesia. And we start, grooming the startup, not only when they already have the companies, but when they already have a good proposal, a good business plan. I think if we consider this is a good good business plan, good ideas, good innovation, then we will finance them to basically to complete their technology, to complete the innovation, make the technology or innovation ready, to be operated. And after that, we also support when they start to building the companies, the startup itself. And then after they are successful as startup, we also promote them to do scaling up, because we want these companies to be bigger and start attracting the interest from private equity, from venture capital, or from other big companies or big investors. So we really hope we can produce more and more startups. We know that many of them will fail, but of course, one-time failure is not the total failure. Of course, they can try again with other ideas, other approach. And then if we look some of the feature product that has been groomed under our support, including we also include the incubators, especially on the startup process, then we can come up with some good products, look simple, but they have technological content, and some of them including the digital content. For example, Aruna Fishery Marketplace. This is the application that I mentioned, can make the fishermen sell their fresh seafood product directly from them into the final customers without going long intermediary process. And of course, the farmers becomes at least in better economic condition. And then the other would be autopilot drone. There is satay that could last for 6 months without preservative, as well as flat plate ship, or the ship that is unique, is different with the traditional ship. And it will be useful for not only fishermen, but also for other purposes in the ocean. So basically, this is the way for us to do digital transformation, and digital entrepreneurship is very much important element in this digital transformation. And again, I encourage the Swiss German University not only to modify the curriculum to anticipate the digital transformation, especially in the future, but also to encourage more of their students to be, part of the digital entrepreneurship. And this will be, I think, a good start, good foundation for Indonesia to become innovation-driven economy. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for the honor of your presence and keynote speech. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in a virtual round of applause for His Excellency, Professor Bambang Brojonegoro. So much that can be done by universities to take part in Indonesia's innovation. Thank you, Professor. Ladies and gentlemen, as it is customary in all virtual conferences around Indonesia today, we will now be taking a group picture, of course, with our keynote speaker. I invite you to all turn your videos on and give your best smile to the camera. All right, thank you all. Thank you very much. We will now take our lunch break, but don't forget to join us again for the second parallel session starting at 1 p.m. Those of you who will participate in the press conference, please kindly remain in this room. Enjoy your lunch. See you soon.
From its humble beginning in 2000, Swiss German University has grown to be one of the most successful private universities with European connections in Indonesia. Our vision in becoming a globally recognized university with a superior learning culture and high social responsibility has been increasingly realized through our distinguished graduates whose knowledge, experience, and most importantly, character are greatly needed in today's competitive markets. In order to maximize the delivery of quality of both academic and non-academic services, our lecturers and staff are always there for you. 90% of our lecturers earned their academic degrees from abroad with work experience in industry, who will deliver the teaching and learning activities using English as a medium of instructions. The small class sizes allows the students to be fully engaged with the lecturers. Moreover, both of our academic and non-academic staff are ready to serve you.
Because the courses are not overcrowded, you get to know them straight away. and they're so friendly and helpful, and so it's really not hard to integrate here. But it's not only about the lecturers in the class, it's also about the people you meet on the floor. Everybody is smiling and saying hello, although they do not know you. And as far as I remember, I've never seen anybody stressed here or being in a hurry.
SGU's industry-oriented study programs, including 11 bachelor's and 3 master's degrees programs, offer international degree courses which combine both theoretical and practical training and internship programs.
Studying mechatronics engineering at SGU have been rewarding for me because I learned both practical skills and theoretical skills at the same time. Most of the lectures at the university talk about designing a system, where we try to combine electrical engineering and mechanical engineering to build one whole smart system.
Our unique internship program allows the students to experience working as an intern in multinational companies in Indonesia during the 3rd semester and working as an intern in global companies in Europe during the 6th semester.
I experienced my first internship in Bali during my 3rd semester at Marriott Hotel, where I learned about housekeeping and front office.
Last year, I had my first internship in Bosch Indonesia. What I can learn from Bosch Indonesia are first about the customer relationship management, second how to relate with the third party, and the last is how I can learn about the new marketing strategy in Bosch Indonesia.
Thank you for trusting us to be the choice of institution for your future global success. Welcome to Swiss German University, your gateway to global success.
Sonic.
PT Dian Swastitika Sentosa Tbk. DSS main business activities consists of power generation, coal mining and trading, multimedia, and fertilizer and chemical trading. Captive power plants located in Serang, Tangerang and Karawang, in coal mining business in Sumatra and Kalimantan. DSS places high priority for safety and health aspects, corporate social responsibility activities related to environmental aspects, employment, health and safety aspect, social and community development aspect, and product responsibility aspect.
From its humble beginning in 2000, Swiss German University has grown to be one of the most successful private universities with European connections in Indonesia. Our vision in becoming a globally recognized university with a superior learning culture and high social responsibility has been increasingly realized through our distinguished graduates whose knowledge, experience, and most importantly, character are greatly needed in today's competitive markets. In order to maximize the delivery of quality of both academic and non-academic services, our lecturers and staff are always there for you. 90% of our lecturers earned their academic degrees from abroad with work experience in industry who will deliver the teaching and learning activities using English as a medium of instructions. The small class sizes allows the students to be fully engaged with the lecturers. Moreover, Both of our academic and non-academic staff are ready to serve you.
Because the courses are not overcrowded, you get to know them straight away. And they're so friendly and helpful. And so it's really not hard to integrate here. But it's not only about the lecturers in the classroom, it's also about the people you meet on the floor. Everybody's smiling and saying hello, although they do not know you. And as far as I remember, I've never seen anybody friends here or being alone.
SGU's industry-oriented study programs, including 11 bachelor's and 3 master's degrees programs, offer international degree courses which combine both theoretical and practical training and internship programs.
Studying mechatronics engineering at SGU have been rewarding for me because I learned both practical skills and theoretical skills at the same time. Most of the lectures at the university talk about designing a system, where we try to combine electrical engineering and mechanical engineering to build one whole smart system.
Our unique internship program allows the students to experience working as an intern in multinational companies in Indonesia during the 3rd semester and working as an intern in global companies in Europe during the 6th semester.
I experienced my first internship in Bali during my 3rd semester at Marriott Hotel, where I learned about housekeeping and front office.
Last year, I had my first internship in Bosch Indonesia. What I can learn from Bosch Indonesia are first about the customer relationship management, second how to relate with the third party, and the last is how I can learn about the new marketing strategy in Bosch Indonesia.
Thank you for trusting us to be the choice of institution for your future global success. Welcome to Swiss German University, your gateway to global success.
Sonic.
PT Dian Swastitika Sentosa Tbk. DSS main business activities consists of power generation, coal mining and trading, multimedia, and fertilizer and chemical trading. Captive power plants located in Serang, Tangerang and Karawang, in coal mining business in Sumatra and Kalimantan. DSS places high priority for safety and health aspects, corporate social responsibility activities related to environmental aspects, employment, health and safety aspect, social and community development aspect, and product responsibility aspect.
From its humble beginning in 2000, Swiss German University has grown to be one of the most successful private universities with European connections in Indonesia. Our vision in becoming a globally recognized university with a superior learning culture and high social responsibility has been increasingly realized through our distinguished graduates whose knowledge, experience, and most importantly, character are greatly needed in today's competitive markets. In order to maximize the delivery of quality of both academic and non-academic services, our lecturers and staff are always there for you. 90% of our lecturers earned their academic degrees from abroad with work experience in industry who will deliver the teaching and learning activities using English as a medium of instructions. The small class sizes allows the students to be fully engaged with the lecturers. Moreover, both of our academic and non-academic staff are ready to serve you.
Because the courses are not overcrowded, you get to know them straight away. And they're so friendly and helpful, and so it's really not hard to integrate here. But it's not only about the lecturers in the class, it's also about people you meet on the floor. Everybody's smiling and saying hello, although they do not know you. And as far as I remember, I've never seen anybody stressed here or being alone.
SGU's industry-oriented study programs, including 11 bachelor's and 3 master's degrees programs, offer international degree courses which combine both theoretical and practical training and internship programs.
Studying mechatronics engineering at SGU have been rewarding for me because I learned both practical skills and theoretical skills at the same time. Most of the lectures at the university talk about designing a system, where we try to combine electrical engineering and mechanical engineering to build one whole smart system.
Our unique internship program allows the students to experience working as an intern in multinational companies in Indonesia during the 3rd semester and working as an intern in global companies in Europe during the 6th semester.
I experienced my first internship in Bali during my 3rd semester at Marriott Hotel, where I learned about housekeeping and front office.
Last year, I had my first internship in Bosch Indonesia. What I can learn from Bosch Indonesia are first about the customer relationship management, second how to relate with the third party, and the last is how I can learn about the new marketing strategy in Bosch Indonesia.
Thank you for trusting us to be the choice of institution for your future global success. Welcome to Swiss German University, your gateway to global success. From its humble beginning in 2000, Swiss German University has grown to be one of the most successful private universities with European connections in Indonesia. Our vision in becoming a globally recognized university with a superior learning culture and high social responsibility has been increasingly realized through our distinguished graduates whose knowledge, experience, and most importantly, character are greatly needed in today's competitive markets. In order to maximize the delivery of quality of both academic and non-academic services, our lecturers and staff are always there for you. 90% of our lecturers earned their academic degrees from abroad with work experience in industry who will deliver the teaching and learning activities using English as a medium of instructions. The small class sizes allows the students to be fully engaged with the lecturers. Moreover, both of our academic and non-academic staff are ready to serve you.
Because the courses are not overcrowded, you get to know them straight away. And they're so friendly and helpful, and so it's really not hard to integrate here. But it's not only about the lecturers in the class, it's also about people you meet as well. Everybody's smiling and saying hello, although they do not know you. And as far as I remember, I've never seen anybody stressed here or being alone.
SGU's industry-oriented study programs, including 11 bachelor's and 3 master's degrees programs, offer international degree courses which combine both theoretical and practical training and internship programs.
Studying mechatronics engineering at SGU have been rewarding for me because I learned both practical skills and theoretical skills at the same time. Most of the lectures at the university talk about designing a system, where we try to combine electrical engineering and mechanical engineering to build one whole smart system.
Our unique internship program allows the students to experience working as an intern in multinational companies in Indonesia during the 3rd semester and working as an intern in global companies in Europe during the 6th semester.
I experienced my first internship in Bali during my 3rd semester at Marriott Hotel, where I learned about housekeeping and front office.
Last year, I had my first internship in Bosch Indonesia. What I can learn from Bosch Indonesia are first about the customer relationship management, second how to relate with the third party, and the last is how I can learn about the new marketing strategy in Bosch Indonesia.
Thank you for trusting us to be the choice of institution for your future global success. Welcome to Swiss German University, your gateway to global success.
Panasonic.
PT Dian Swastitika Sentosa Tbk. DSS main business activities consists of power generation, coal mining and trading, multimedia, and fertilizer and chemical trading. Captive power plants located in Serang, Tangerang and Karawang, in coal mining business in Sumatra and Kalimantan. DSS places high priority for safety and health aspects, corporate social responsibility activities related to environmental aspects, employment, health and safety aspect, social and community development aspect, and product responsibility aspect.
From its humble beginning in 2000, Swiss German University has grown to be one of the most successful private universities with European connections in Indonesia. Our vision in becoming a globally recognized university with a superior learning culture and high social responsibility has been increasingly realized through our distinguished graduates whose knowledge, experience, and most importantly, character are greatly needed in today's competitive markets. In order to maximize the delivery of quality of both academic and non-academic services, our lecturers and staff are always there for you. 90% of our lecturers earned their academic degrees from abroad with work experience in industry who will deliver the teaching and learning activities using English as a medium of instructions. The small class sizes allows the students to be fully engaged with the lecturers. Moreover, both of our academic and non-academic staff are ready to serve you.
Because the courses are not overcrowded, you get to know them straight away. And they're so friendly and helpful. And so it's really not hard to integrate here. But it's not only about the lecturers in the classroom, it's also about the people you meet. Everybody is smiling and saying hello, although they do not know you. And as far as I remember, I've never seen anybody friendly or being alone.
SGU's industry-oriented study programs, including 11 bachelor's and 3 master's degrees programs, offer international degree courses which combine both theoretical and practical training and internship programs.
Studying mechatronics engineering at SGU have been rewarding for me because I learned both practical skills and theoretical skills at the same time. Most of the lectures at the university talk about designing a system, where we try to combine electrical engineering and mechanical engineering to build one whole smart system.
Our unique internship program allows the students to experience working as an intern in multinational companies in Indonesia during the 3rd semester and working as an intern in global companies in Europe during the 6th semester.
I experienced my first internship in Bali during my 3rd semester at Marriott Hotel, where I learned about housekeeping and front office.
Last year, I had my first internship in Bosch Indonesia. What I can learn from Bosch Indonesia are first about the customer relationship management, second how to relate with the third party, and the last is how I can learn about the new marketing strategy in Bosch Indonesia.
Thank you for trusting us to be the choice of institution for your future global success. Welcome to Swiss German University, your gateway to global success. From its humble beginning in 2000, Swiss German University has grown to be one of the most successful private universities with European connections in Indonesia. Our vision in becoming a globally recognized university with a superior learning culture and high social responsibility has been increasingly realized through our distinguished graduates whose knowledge, experience, and most importantly, character are greatly needed in today's competitive markets. In order to maximize the delivery of quality of both academic and non-academic services, our lecturers and staff are always there for you. 90% of our lecturers earned their academic degrees from abroad with work experience in industry who will deliver the teaching and learning activities using English as a medium of instructions. The small class sizes allows the students to be fully engaged with the lecturers. Moreover, both of our academic and non-academic staff are ready to serve you.
Because the courses are not overcrowded, you get to know them straight away. And they're so friendly and helpful. And so it's really not hard to integrate here. But it's not only about the lecturers in the class, it's also about the people you meet. Everybody's smiling and saying hello, although they do not know you. And as far as I remember, I've never seen anybody sincere or being alone.
SGU's industry-oriented study programs, including 11 bachelor's and 3 master's degrees programs, offer international degree courses which combine both theoretical and practical training and internship programs.
Studying mechatronics engineering at SGU have been rewarding for me because I learned both practical skills and theoretical skills at the same time. Most of the lectures at the university talk about designing a system, where we try to combine electrical engineering and mechanical engineering to build one whole smart system.
Our unique internship program allows the students to experience working as an intern in multinational companies in Indonesia during the 3rd semester and working as an intern in global companies in Europe during the 6th semester.
I experienced my first internship in Bali during my 3rd semester at Marriott Hotel, where I learned about housekeeping and front office.
Last year, I had my first internship in Bosch Indonesia. What I can learn from Bosch Indonesia are first about the customer relationship management, second how to relate with the third party, and the last is how I can learn about the new marketing strategy in Bosch Indonesia.
Thank you for trusting us to be the choice of institution for your future global success. Welcome to Swiss German University, your gateway to global success. From its humble beginning in 2000, Swiss German University has grown to be one of the most successful private universities with European connections in Indonesia. Our vision in becoming a globally recognized university with a superior learning culture and high social responsibility has been increasingly realized through our distinguished graduates whose knowledge, experience, and most importantly, character are greatly needed in today's competitive markets. In order to maximize the delivery of quality of both academic and non-academic services, our lecturers and staff are always there for you. 90% of our lecturers earned their academic degrees from abroad with work experience in industry who will deliver the teaching and learning activities using English as a medium of instructions. The small class sizes allows the students to be fully engaged with the lecturers. Moreover, both of our academic and non-academic staff are ready to serve you.
Because the courses are not overcrowded, you get to know them straight away. And they're so friendly and helpful. And so it's really not hard to integrate here. But it's not only about the lecturers in the class, it's also about the people you meet. Everybody's smiling and saying hello, although they do not know you. And as far as I remember, I've never seen anybody friendlier or being alone.
SGU's industry-oriented study programs, including 11 bachelor's and 3 master's degrees programs, offer international degree courses which combine both theoretical and practical training and internship programs.
Okay. Good afternoon. Welcome back in parallel session 2 in room 1 in ergonomic and human factor session. For this afternoon session, we have 4 presenters for ergonomic and human factors, and then we continue with the production and operation management with 2 presenters. So I will call Ibu Diah Dewi from Institute of Technology to present the paper. For Ibu Diah Dewi, please.
Yes, Ibu. Okay, I can present it. I can present now.
Are you ready?
Okay.
Yeah, you can share your slide now.
Okay. Okay. I can present now, Ibu.
Yes, you may. Please.
Okay.
It's yours now.
Okay. Hi everyone. Thank you for this opportunity to present our research about safety behavior modeling as an effort for occupational safety and health implementation in Puskesmas. There are 3 researchers that accomplish this research. They are Diah Santi Dewi, Raditya Novasani, and Aditya Sudiarno. Okay. The background, based on data compiled by Massachusetts Department of Public Health, the number of accidents due to sharp objects from 2002 to 2015 among employees working in health sector was 43 and 117 events, with the most accident happen to nurse. But general data availability about occupational incident in the health sector in Indonesia are not well recorded. So in this research, we performed initially survey to find out an overview of potential occupational accidents that can happen in Puskesmas. The result from this initial survey, there are 102 incidents that ever happened within Puskesmas employees, such as sleep, trip, fall, needle stick injuries, and other sharp injuries. The risk of employees working in the health sector is indeed quite high, and then it can impact such as loss of work time, reduced productivity, increased health insurance claims, and reduced ability to serve patients. Safety behavior are one of the important factors that improving service quality and create a healthy, safe, and comfortable workplace. It can increase patient safety and reduce negligence in medical action because the alertness improvement. This study aims to develop safety behavioral model as an effort to implement occupational safety in Puskesmas. The model developed in this research expect to be able to explain factors that can influence the safety behavior of employees in the Puskesmas so that it can be referenced to improve the application of occupational safety and health in Puskesmas. The method in this research was conducted in 3 reputable Puskesmas in Surabaya. The participants are health worker and the questionnaire was direct distributing to health worker and the 66 data can be collected. The partially squared structural equation modeling approach and Smart PLS software was used to analyze the hypothesis. There are 6 variable measurements we used to develop the model in this research, and this safety behavior with 5 indicator, empowerment leadership with 6 indicators, safety climate with 8 indicators, and knowledge sharing with 5 indicators, safety motivation with 5 indicators, and behavioral habit with 4 indicators. There are 7 hypotheses that can be formulated from the variables. They are the first hypothesis, such empowerment leadership positively influence safety behavior. The second hypothesis, empowerment leadership positively influence safety climate. The third hypothesis, safety climate positively influence safety behavior. The fourth hypothesis, empowerment leadership positively influence knowledge sharing. The fifth hypothesis, knowledge sharing positively influence safety behavior. And the sixth hypothesis, safety motivation positively influence safety behavior. And the last hypothesis was behavior habit positively influence safety behavior. The result from this research, because we use PLSM to analyze the development model, there are 2 steps to accomplish the development model. However, in this research, the 6 variables can be categorized as reflective format and formative measurement model. So we can use 3 steps such as reflective measurement model, formative measurement model, and structural model. The result for reflective measurement model, they are outer loading testing on all indicators have a value more than 0.78 and then indicate that the variable has been able to explain more than 50% of the variant indicator. Internal consistency reliability value on all variables such as Cronbach alpha, ROA, and composite reliability are satisfactory because the value in the range of 0.70 and to 0.95. The third result from reflective measurement model was convergent validity value on all variables are above 0.50. And the last reflective measurement model result was discriminant validity testing with cross-loading and Fornell-Larker criterion. Cross-loading testing on all indicators have a value more than 0.70 and Fornell-Larker testing on all variables have the value of square root AVA of each variable is higher when compared with the correlation between other latent variable. The formative measurement model result were the first, all of indicator doesn't have collinearity between each other. This can be seen in the VEF value of each indicator that indicate the value less than 5. And the second, most of indicators are not significant to latent variable. However, it's necessary to consider the absolute contribution of the indicator of the variable before deleted. The absolute contribution of the indicator can be seen in the outer loadings. If outer loadings of the indicator are all more than 0.50, so this indicator can be maintained. The result for relevance of indicator testing are all indicators have outer loading value of more than 0.50 and have been significant. The last structural model result were R-square value for knowledge sharing, safety behavior, and safety climate were weak, substantial, and moderate. And Q-square value for knowledge sharing and safety behavior can be value were above 0. So the hypothetical model passed the testing needed to use the model for PLS SEM analysis. The result from hypothetical testing, there are 5 hypotheses which support, such as empowerment leadership can be positively influence safety climate. Safety climate can be positively influenced to safety behavior. Empowerment leadership can be positive influence knowledge sharing. Safety motivation can positive influence to safety behavior, and behavior habit can positively influence to safety behavior. And there are 2 hypotheses was rejected, such as empowerment leadership not positively influence to safety behavior because the program that can such as occupational safety behavior in Puskesmas that's been implemented. So the role of the leadership in the Puskesmas not optimal yet. And the reason why knowledge sharing not positively influence to safety behavior because it still allows the adaptation to Puskesmas employee to receive it and carry it out. This is the portrait that diagram that portray the hypothetical model and the development model. And the conclusion for this research, there are 3 conclusions and that can be conclude this research. The first, empowering leadership has positive influence to safety climate and knowledge sharing, but not to safety behavior. And the second, safety climate, safety motivation, and behavioral habit have positive influence to safety behavior. And the third, to enhance safety behavior within employees, Puskesmas can improve safety climate such as management commitment and safety communication. There are limitations in the study such as only health workers are investigated within 3 Puskesmas. Future studies may collect more data from other health sector service with other occupation and consider the addition of the safety knowledge variable. Okay, thank you for the attention from everyone. Maybe there are questions. Okay.
Sorry. Okay, thank you for the presentation. I will open the discussion. If you have a question, you can put in the chat room. So, Budia, what do you think your result?
I'm sorry, Bu. I'm not Budia, but Raditya. The second name. Okay. I'm sorry because Budia can be attend this conference, so I will be the presenter. I'm Raditya.
Oh, you are Raditya. Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, no problem.
Okay, Mbak Raditya. Okay, Mbak Raditya. So, what do you think your research result with the impact of the future Puskesmas? Based on these three Puskesmas, you see that the safety behavior and has not the relation with the motivational and else you have all the hypotheses. And then based on your result here, what is your expectation for the future of Puskesmas or healthcare in Indonesia?
Maybe because the implement OSH, occupational safety behavior, safety and health in Puskesmas, rather few concern, Ibu. So maybe with this result, maybe it can be to improve the safety behavior within staff at Puskesmas, not just the health worker, but to all of them, because the Puskesmas employee there are too many occupations, not the medical occupation, but the administrasi, and others. So we can improve the safety behavior within the Puskesmas. But in this, because I hope this is that to improve the ladder, to research the ladder to health sector.
Okay, thank you. We have question from Professor Murata. Thank you for your presentation. Do you find new knowledge or fact compared to others paper, Mbak Raditya?
Okay, because the pandemic, I can find it hard to complete the data, so I use the PLSM. Later, because the pandemic, the medical employee at Puskesmas had to collect data because the pandemic. They are serve the patient. They are to the many patient in Surabaya. So I have checked the minimum data to analyze the result that can be complete. Because the minimum data that can be complete from the 6 variable that I've used, there are minimum to 45, and I have the 66, so I can use the result data to accomplish the hypothesis.
Okay, thank you. This is the question from Ibu Prapti. Have you checked the minimum data needed for the methods that you have used?
Yeah, I can. I have that explain. I've explained it yet. I have to. I have checked this data, minimum data, because the hard to collect data because the pandemic. So I have the minimum data for this research is 45, and I have collected to 66. So I feel I have the minimum data can be accomplished.
Okay, thank you, Mbak Raditya, for your presentation. Now we are going to the next presenter, Pak Muhammad Fikri Haikal from University of Indonesia.
Yes, Mr.
Pak Muhammad Fikri, please.
Okay,
Time's yours.
Yeah, let me share my screen. I already shared my screen.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Muhammad Fikri Hekal from University of Indonesia. On this occasion, I would like to present my research with title Stress Emotion Evaluation in Battle Royale game by using electroencephalogram. The background itself from this research are there is shifting about video game nowadays. It is from personal computer and console to mobile devices, shown by the revenue per device, where revenue of mobile device increase every year. Mobile device has one benefit that is portability, so everyone can play games anywhere whenever they like. So we need to be aware having confidence like this can have devastating effect, which may increase the risk for addictive behavioral. Main function of playing game is for entertainment. As one example, can reduce stress due cognitive fatigue after work. But there are several genres of games that can increase stress on players, so the players become stressed and aggressive. In addition, player experience also become a factor can make the player behave aggressive. Example, when someone fails to become an expert in a game, these situations can cause frustration to the players. So the objective of this research is to evaluate stress level when playing video games using an ergonomic approach to find out events in the game that cause increased stress on the player. Electroencephalogram measurements were carried on 18 to 25 years old player where there are 10 respondents, 5 experienced players, and 5 beginners players. Electroencephalogram is an invasive method that is widely used to explore brain activity. This research using electroencephalogram wearable Emotiv Epoch Plus that has 16 channels. Channels that being used are FC5, FC6, O1, and O2. The stimulus of this research is we're using one of Battle Royale games on mobile device. It is PlayerUnknown Battleground Mobile that has rules of play. This game has to be has a goal to be the last person. Each player will control one character. The playing area of the match will continue to shrink as the phase progresses. There are 9 phases in one game that can be categorized 3 major stages. As described on the table, the 3 major stages are early game, mid game, and late game. The data obtained through the direct observation is electroencephalogram data, and the output of this observation is raw data with extension EDF recorded by the Emotiv TouchBand software, which will be processed into PowerBand data using MATLAB software with the following process. The first process is bandpass filter, where removing frequency outside the frequency of human brainwaves that are between 0 to 30 Hz. And the next process is phase-Fourier transform, where categorizing brainwaves based on their frequency. But in this research, the waves used only theta, alpha, and beta. And the next process is power spectral density measurement, where waves that have been grouped based on their frequency are measured by power of the waves. So we can see on the table result 1 of the participant power, its channels, and its wave. For band power measurement will be more explained in this slide. Band power measurement and data is the integration of PSD value obtained from the theta, alpha, beta stereo. The power data obtained will be processed in several ways as follows. Average wave power beta, beta asymmetry waves value contained in the EEG, alpha beta ratio, and theta beta ratio. These 3 indicators will be used for analyze the result after calculated using ANOVA. We can see on the table example of the average power band data of experienced player. So this is the hypothesis that used in this research were used for experienced and beginner respondent, both first month and or second month for all the 3 indicators. Where HO there is a different value, and S1 there is different value on the 3 indicators. Here's the result of experienced respondents where all indicator has p value below 0.05 except average beta power for first map. And here's the result of beginner respondent, where all indicators has p-value below 0.05. So from the table, it can be seen that both beginners and player experience stress because of p-value of each indicator below 0.05 shown. However, player respondents have high level of stress only when the games enter phase 2 or mid-game, and beginner respondents have increased stress level at all 3 phases. By that, we can make a conclusion seen from the average beta power value. Giving first map with a slow pace and large game area to the respondent doesn't have a significant difference in value to the stress level of experienced player. However, it gives a significant impact on the stress of level of beginners players. In contrast from the first map, second map is given with a faster phase and smaller game area for respondent, having a significant difference in the level of stress for both group of respondents. Seen from the beta wave asymmetry, giving first map to the respondent has a significant difference in the level of stress to experienced player and beginners. The same results also occurs in the second map, but players are more able to control stress than beginner. Seen from alpha, beta, and theta beta ratio, giving first map to the respondent has significant difference in the level of stress to experienced player and beginners. The same result also occur in the second map, but experienced player and are more able to control stress than beginners. So that's all for my research presentations. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Pak Muhammad Rifki Fikri, for the presentation. If I will open the session for question and answer. So I will open the discussion if anyone have question. Please write on the chat. So Pak Muhammad Fikri, based on your EEG, right?
EEG, right.
Okay. So I want to know, is there any difference between the alpha, theta, and beta distribution for the signal when you do the observation with or do the measurement with the EEG?
For the observation itself, the waves is not we cannot see the waves for real, but it's in the process when we translate the result of EEG data. So from that data, it translates to for each wave. It's based on their frequency map.
So your result only calculate between the ratio between alpha, beta, and
yes,
beta.
because in the previous research, they tell that beta we can use beta waves to know people becomes are stressed or not, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Now we have a question from Ivan Kurniawan. Thank you for the presentation. Each type of game, or for example, action, arcade, RTS, may give significant impact and might result in different findings from your research. Different games, it will have the different result, or it will be the same as the
in the previous research is using mobile games. So from that the previous result and my result is very different. So I think if we use another genre of game, so the result will be different.
Thank you. Another question from Felicia. Thank you for the presentation. Is all the respondents are all in the same age? Because I believe that different age has different response of stress to things and may affect the result. What is your opinion?
So yeah, before I collect the data, I tell them to get enough sleep. So I tell them in rest, in good mood when come to me. So I tell them to not. So I tell them to get enough sleep. Don't eat a caffeine or something like that. So I reduce to affect many things that affect the result.
Okay. Next question. Thank you. Next question. Do female and male gamers show significantly different results compared to each other? And would you recommend companies and other professional institutions to offer gaming as a way to distress?
I don't know if gender has shown significant different, because my research is only use male for the respondent, but and I read about previous research that they say there is a different result from male and female. And to recommend companies then. Yeah. So for my research, for the company who produce battle royale games, so they can give adjustment in the game where maybe the time they reduce the time, or maybe they reduce the treat for the player. Maybe it's like that, man.
Okay, thank you. So your research is only for one type of game, mobile. So it will be different between the result will be different between the mobile,
the other genre of
gamers, yes, and using laptop.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. Is there any question from the audience?
My research is not it is not seen, and my research is not far like that. What nutrition or something like that. So sorry, I can give the answer. And duration could affect the result. Yes, the duration could affect the result. So that's why in my research I only use for a game. It's for 30 minutes, I think. So every respondent have a same length of duration.
Okay, thank you for the answer. Thank you, Pak Muhammad Fikri, for the presentation. Actually, we have the next presenter from University of Indonesia, but the person has not in this room yet. So we will wait for 20 minutes with the slide and short movies sponsor. And then we will continue with the next presenter at 2 o'clock with Ardania Melaningrum.
From its humble beginning in 2000, Swiss German University has grown to be one of the most successful private universities with European connections in Indonesia. Our vision in becoming a globally recognized university with a superior learning culture and high social responsibility has been increasingly realized through our distinguished graduates whose knowledge, experience, and most importantly, character are greatly needed in today's competitive markets. In order to maximize the delivery of quality of both academic and non-academic services, our lecturers and staff are always there for you. 90% of our lecturers earned their academic degrees from abroad with work experience in industry who will deliver the teaching and learning activities using English as a medium of instructions. The small class sizes allows the students to be fully engaged with the lecturers. Moreover, both of our academic and non-academic staff are ready to serve you.
Because the courses are not overcrowded, you get to know them straight away. And they're so friendly and helpful. And so it's really not hard to integrate here. But it's not only about the lecturers in the class, it's also about the people you meet on the floor. Everybody's smiling and saying hello, although they do not know you. And as far as I remember, I've never seen anybody sincere or being alone.
SGU's industry-oriented study programs, including 11 bachelor's and 3 master's degrees programs, offer international degree courses which combine both theoretical and practical training and internship programs.
Studying mechatronics engineering at SGU have been rewarding for me because I learned both practical skills and theoretical skills at the same time. Most of the lectures at the university talk about designing a system, where we try to combine electrical engineering and mechanical engineering to build one whole smart system.
Our unique internship program allows the students to experience working as an intern in multinational companies in Indonesia during the 3rd semester and working as an intern in global companies in Europe during the 6th semester.
I experienced my first internship in Bali during my 3rd semester at Marriott Hotel, where I learned about housekeeping and front office.
Last year, I had my first internship in Bosch Indonesia. What I can learn from Bosch Indonesia are first about the customer relationship management, second how to relate with the third party, and the last is how I can learn about the new marketing strategy in Bosch Indonesia.
Thank you for trusting us to be the choice of institution for your future global success. Welcome to Swiss German University, your gateway to global success.
PT Dian Swastitika Sentosa Tbk. DSS main business activities consists of power generation, coal mining and trading, multimedia, and fertilizer and chemical trading. Captive power plants located in Serang, Tangerang and Karawang, in coal mining business in Sumatra and Kalimantan. DSS places high priority for safety and health aspects, corporate social responsibility activities related to environmental aspects, employment, health and safety aspect, social and community development aspect, and product responsibility aspect.
From its humble beginning in 2000, Swiss German University has grown to be one of the most successful private universities with European connections in Indonesia. Our vision in becoming a globally recognized university with a superior learning culture and high social responsibility has been increasingly realized through our distinguished graduates whose knowledge, experience, and most importantly, character are greatly needed in today's competitive markets. In order to maximize the delivery of quality of both academic and non-academic services, our lecturers and staff are always there for you. 90% of our lecturers earned their academic degrees from abroad with work experience in industry who will deliver the teaching and learning activities using English as a medium of instructions. The small class sizes allows the students to be fully engaged with the lecturers. Moreover, both of our academic and non-academic staff are ready to serve you.
Because the courses are not overcrowded, you get to know them straight away. And they're so friendly and helpful. And so it's really not hard to integrate here. But it's not only about the lecturers in the class, it's also about the people you meet on the floor. Everybody is smiling and saying hello, although they do not know you. And as far as I remember, I've never seen anybody stress here or being in a hurry.
SGU's industry-oriented study programs, including 11 bachelor's and 3 master's degrees programs, offer international degree courses which combine both theoretical and practical training and internship programs.
Studying mechatronics engineering at SGU have been rewarding for me because I learned both practical skills and theoretical skills at the same time. Most of the lectures at the university talk about designing a system, where we try to combine electrical engineering and mechanical engineering to build one whole smart system.
Our unique internship program allows the students to experience working as an intern in multinational companies in Indonesia during the 3rd semester and working as an intern in global companies in Europe during the 6th semester.
I experienced my first internship in Bali during my 3rd semester at Marriott Hotel, where I learned about housekeeping and front office.
Last year, I had my first internship in Bosch Indonesia. What I can learn from Bosch Indonesia are first about the customer relationship management, second how to relate with the third party, and the last is how I can learn about the new marketing strategy in Bosch Indonesia.
Thank you for trusting us to be the choice of institution for your future global success. Welcome to Swiss German University, your gateway to global success. From its humble beginning in 2000, Swiss German University has grown to be one of the most successful private universities with European connections in Indonesia. Our vision in becoming a globally recognized university with a superior learning culture and high social responsibility has been increasingly realized through our distinguished graduates whose knowledge, experience, and most importantly, character are greatly needed in today's competitive markets. In order to maximize the delivery of quality of both academic and non-academic services, our lecturers and staff are always there for you. 90% of our lecturers earned their academic degrees from abroad with work experience in industry who will deliver the teaching and learning activities using English as a medium of instructions. The small class sizes allows the students to be fully engaged with the lecturers. Moreover, both of our academic and non-academic staff are ready to serve you.
Because the courses are not overcrowded, you get to know them straight away. And they're so friendly and helpful. And so it's really not hard to integrate here. But it's not only about the lecturers in the class, it's also about the people you meet on the floor. Everybody is smiling and saying hello, although they do not know you. And as far as I remember, I've never seen anybody stress here or being in a hurry.
SGU's industry-oriented study programs, including 11 bachelor's and 3 master's degrees programs, offer international degree courses which combine both theoretical and practical training and internship programs.
Studying mechatronics engineering at SGU have been rewarding for me because I learned both practical skills and theoretical skills at the same time. Most of the lectures at the university talk about designing a system, where we try to combine electrical engineering and mechanical engineering to build one whole smart system.
Our unique internship program allows the students to experience working as an intern in multinational companies in Indonesia during the 3rd semester and working as an intern in global companies in Europe during the 6th semester.
I experienced my first internship in Bali during my 3rd semester at Marriott Hotel, where I learned about housekeeping and front office.
Last year, I had my first internship in Bosch Indonesia. What I can learn from Bosch Indonesia are first about the customer relationship management, second how to relate with the third party, and the last is how I can learn about the new marketing strategy in Bosch Indonesia.
Thank you for trusting us to be the choice of institution for your future global success. Welcome to Swiss German University, your gateway to global success. From its humble beginning in 2000, Swiss German University has grown to be one of the most successful private universities with European connections in Indonesia. Our vision in becoming a globally recognized university with a superior learning culture and high social responsibility has been increasingly realized through our distinguished graduates whose knowledge, experience, and most importantly, character are greatly needed in today's competitive markets. In order to maximize the delivery of quality of both academic and non-academic services, our lecturers and staff are always there for you. 90% of our lecturers earned their academic degrees from abroad with work experience in industry who will deliver the teaching and learning activities using English as a medium of instructions. The small class sizes allows the students to be fully engaged with the lecturers. Moreover, both of our academic and non-academic staff are ready to serve you.
Because the courses are not overcrowded, you get to know them straight away. And they're so friendly and helpful, and so it's really not hard to integrate here. But it's not only about the lecturers in the class, it's also about the people you meet on the floor. Everybody is smiling and saying hello, although they do not know you. And as far as I remember, I've never seen anybody stressed here or being in a hurry.
SGU's industry-oriented study programs, including 11 bachelor's and 3 master's degrees programs, offer international degree courses which combine both theoretical and practical training and internship programs.
Studying mechatronics engineering at SGU have been rewarding for me because I learned both practical skills and theoretical skills at the same time. Most of the lectures at the university talk about designing a system, where we try to combine electrical engineering and mechanical engineering to build one whole smart system.
Our unique internship program allows the students to experience working as an intern in multinational companies in Indonesia during the 3rd semester and working as an intern in global companies in Europe during the 6th semester.
I experienced my first internship in Bali during my 3rd semester at Marriott Hotel, where I learned about housekeeping and front office.
Last year, I had my first internship in Bosch Indonesia. What I can learn from Bosch Indonesia are first about the customer relationship management, second how to relate with the third party, and the last is how I can learn about the new marketing strategy in Bosch Indonesia.
Thank you for trusting us to be the choice of institution for your future global success. Welcome to Swiss German University, your gateway to global success. From its humble beginning in 2000, Swiss German University has grown to be one of the most successful private universities with European connections in Indonesia. Our vision in becoming a globally recognized university with a superior learning culture and high social responsibility has been increasingly realized through our distinguished graduates whose knowledge, experience, and most importantly, character are greatly needed in today's competitive markets. In order to maximize the delivery of quality of both academic and non-academic services, our lecturers and staff are always there for you. 90% of our lecturers earned their academic degrees from abroad with work experience in industry who will deliver the teaching and learning activities using English as a medium of instructions. The small class sizes allows the students to be fully engaged with the lecturers. Moreover, both of our academic and non-academic staff are ready to serve you.
Because the courses are not overcrowded, you get to know them straight away. And they're so friendly and helpful, and so it's really not hard to integrate here. But it's not only about the lecturers in the class, us about Kita University. Everybody is smiling and saying hello, although they do not know you. And as far as I remember, I've never seen anybody stress here or being in a hurry.
SGU's industry-oriented study programs, including 11 bachelor's and 3 master's degrees programs, offer international degree courses which combine both theoretical and practical training and internship programs.
Studying mechatronics engineering at SGU have been rewarding for me because I learned both practical skills and theoretical skills at the same time. Most of the lectures at the university talk about designing a system, where we try to combine electrical engineering and mechanical engineering to build one whole smart system.
Our unique internship program allows the students to experience working as an intern in multinational companies in Indonesia.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to the parallel session 2 with the topic of ergonomics and human factors. Now I will call Ardania Mela Ningrum from Diponegoro University to present the paper. For Ardania, please. Bu Ardania from Diponegoro University is in here. Okay, based on the information that Bu Ardania has the video for the presentation, we will wait a little moment for. Okay, Ibu Ardania, are you ready to present your paper? So after the Bu Ardania, the session of ergonomic and human factor will be finished. And then in this room, we will continue with the topic of production and operation management. Ibu Ardania. Okay. Bu Ardania, you can share the slide, please. Still have trouble with the sharing screen. The next presenter will present motorcyclists' attitude and perception from their gender point of view. Will be presented by Ibu Ardania Manik Mahachandra and Nanik Utami Handayani from Diponegoro University. Okay, because we have trouble with Ibu Ardania, so we will play the video from Ibu Ardania presentation.
Yeah, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. In this opportunity, I would like to present my presentation, which is talking about motorcycles, attitude, and perception from the original point of view. So here is the outline. First part, we will talk about the introduction. In the second part, we will talk about method. And last but not least, we will be talk about result and discussion. So here's the introduction. As long as we know that Indonesia has around 230,000 million population for Indonesian people, and it can be a serious problem because we can know that road accident become a very serious problem too in Indonesia. So after that, we know that motorcycle is the most owned vehicle by Indonesian people, and finally become the most traffic accident cases. And we'll continue then, motorcycle rider become the most risky means of transportation, and last, finally, when it becomes the main contributor to traffic accident. And here is the questions. Why finally motorcycle become the main contributor to traffic accident? It can be seen by the size of motorcycle was medium and not too large, so it can be the most effective vehicles to unravel traffic jam, especially in our capital city, Jakarta. So, and we know that the cost was definitely quite cheap for people who want to buy a motorcycle. So we found some evidence from Joseph Airport 2017 literature that showed 250,000 deaths on Indonesian roads from 2004 to 2014. And characteristics in relation to the traffic accident causation. One of them are age, gender, race, familiarity, knowledge, prayer, driving habits, and tendency to risk behavior. But show has that all 2020 has shown that the typical risk factor for female genders are panic reaction. Comparing with the male gender, it has been common in male genders, but in misstatement of the road causes traffic accident, males are dominant in these factors, and in intention, it's associated by female gender. So this methodology of this research is quantitative data by distributing questionnaire, which is consists of 12 questions. Is divided into two parts that attribute variable from 1 until 7 include two perception variable, and attribute variable from 8 until 12 includes attitude variable. So here is it. We are using instrument variable scores: 1 strongly agree, 2 agree, 3 hesitation, 4 disagree, and 5 strongly disagree. So the aim of this topic presentation was to know the response of the factors who contribute to traffic accidents, such as attitude and perception variable, which can relate it to gender variables. So here's the table that make clear of each variable, like attitude consists of 2 criteria, which is not good and good, and perception For perception has two criteria, causes of not important and important, and also for gender, using two criteria, male and female, with their own scala. We know that after we continue with statistical analysis, and then we using multivariate analysis using correspondent analysis, because we think that correspondent analysis can map or can illustrate the tendency of the factors which can relate it to the attribute variables, also especially for gender. So the first statistical analysis is we have to know the relation between perception and attitude, perception and attitude variable. The second, we have to know the relation between gender and perception variables. And the third, we have to know the relation between gender and perception variables. And the last result, final result, for chi-square test, there is no relationship between perception and attitude. There is no relation between gender and perception variable. There is also no relationship between gender and perception variable. So this then makes the continued analysis of correspondence by no longer comparing the classification of each perception and attitude with gender, but comparing with mixed factors in the perception and attitude variable, so that they can be compared with correspondent analysis. So here's the perceptual map from correspondent analysis result. We can see that it can be divided into two groups, which the first group is the group whose majority of attribute variable are close to each other to the female gender, and the second group is the group whose majority of attribute variable are close to each other and are with male gender. So for the group 1, consists of number 7, number about the basic condition of creator, number 1, number 8, number 6, number 10, number 2, and number 12. We found that this is about which related with this condition 10 to number 10 about technology access opportunities in driving in Amman and in Saudi Arabia, found that 75.9% using cell phone while driving become the causes of traffic accident, mostly made by female gender. And for group 2, causes of number 4, number 9, number 5, number 3, and number 11, we found that the research related with this. Our finding is number 3 about completeness in driving. So actually, males are more likely to pay or to provide important attention to the roles, because with his status of responsibility as the nature of the leader in the home environment. You can relate why number 3, the attribute number 3 are close to male gender variables. Okay, we will talk about result and discussion. However, it cannot be denied that motorbike drivers are a contributor to more casualties than female. In Serbia, the number of male deaths from traffic accidents is 3 times greater than that of female. Saudi Arabia also provided that an average of 17 motorcyclists died from traffic accidents, especially male, in every day. In addition, male who are still teenagers and not yet entitled to get a driving license have unsafe driving behavior in Arabia. So the conclusion of this presentation is based on the result of the correspondence analysis. Two groups are formed where one of them is gathered at the point of dominance of female and the rest one of them is gathered at the point of dominance of male. And the study finally concluded that of the 12 attributes, 7 attributes of the perception and attitudes collected were dominated by women or female. Meanwhile, the remaining 5 are dominated by male. So I think that's enough for me. Thank you very much for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Salam. Okay, thank you for the presentation. I believe Ibu Ardania already here. So I will open the discussion session. If there is a question, you can write on the Zoom chat. Bu Ardania?
Yeah, Miss.
Okay.
I'm really sorry about
Okay.
that.
Okay. Okay. Oh, it's nice to see you. Okay, Bu Ardania. It is related with Bu Rida, the previous session about the motorcyclists. And this is also interesting because we know that a lot of motorcyclists violate the traffic rules. So what do you think your contribution of your research here to the situation that we face today?
Okay, my contribution is for make self-awareness for people, especially for young riders, motorcycle young riders, from to know that self-awareness of to build a safety riding behavior. In we know that from gender perception, gender it can contribute. Gender can make can be a very important factor in make road accident, especially motorcycle riding.
And okay, I will wait for the other question. Anyone have question for this one? Okay. Okay. So with this presentation, we'll end the session with the topic of ergonomic and human factors. And thank you very much for all the 8 presenters in ergonomic and human factors. Have a nice day and thank you. Okay, I will open the session of production and operation management. So in the first session, I will call Ivan Kurniawan from Universitas Indonesia. Ivan, are you ready for the presentation now? Okay, for this afternoon session, We have two presenters in production and operation management. The first is Ivan Kurniawan from University of Indonesia, and the next session is Hilman Arif, also from University of Indonesia. So we will wait Ivan that also have trouble with his laptop. To beginning the production and operation management session in this afternoon session, we will have Ivan Kurniawan, Vicky Ismi, John Michael Power, and Tanika Dewi Sofianti that will present the research with title System Modeling and Simulation for Study of Human-Machine Collaboration Technologies Implementation on Assembly Line. And then later on, we will have Hilman Hanif and Inaki Maulida with the research title Job Rotation Optimization Using Mixed
Hello
Integer
everyone,
Nonlinear
let me
Programming
introduce myself. My name is Ivan
MNLP
Kurniawan from
method
University
to
of
balance
Indonesia,
operate
and
the
today I would like to share one of my
workload in
research which
automobile
entitled
industry.
System Modeling and
So
Simulation for Study
Ivan
of Human-Machine
already
Collaboration Technologies Implementation on Assembly Line. And then this is the introduction for my study. Nowadays, Industry 4.0 becomes one of the need for industries while considering primarily value-added factors such as quality and efficiency to achieve mass customization. One of the key technology for implementing Industry 4.0 is a human-machine collaboration, or HMC. The purpose of HMC is to enhance the efficiency and productivity of production, and also giving the ability to create flexibility for production changes. This study developed a simulation model for Cartoi's assembly line that will implement collaborative robots into the system. The assembly line used for this study is based on a toy car assembly practicum, which also called Lean Simulator, with the objective to demonstrate various types of Lean tools. To ensure that the addition of this technology will provide the expected value add without creating new problems, the research will study the improvements that might be obtained from the addition of this new technology. This study also investigates the effect of sequencing rules that apply to the resources on the system performances. Hello everyone, let me introduce myself. My name is Ivan Kurniawan from University of Indonesia, and today I would like to share one of my research which entitled System Modeling and Simulation for Study of Human-Machine Collaboration Technologies Implementation on Assembly Line. And then this is the introduction for my study. Nowadays, Industry 4.0 becomes one of the need for industries while considering primarily value-added factors such as quality and efficiency to achieve mass customization. One of the key technology for implementing Industry 4.0 is a human-machine collaboration, or HMC. The purpose of HMC is to enhance the efficiency and productivity of production, and also giving the ability to create flexibility for production changes. This study developed a simulation model for Cartoi's assembly line that will implement collaborative robots into the system. The assembly line used for this study is based on a toy car assembly practicum, which also called Lean Simulator, with the objective to demonstrate various types of Lean tools. To ensure that the addition of this technology will provide the expected value add without creating new problems, the research will study the improvements that might be obtained from the addition of this new technology. This study also investigates the effect of sequencing rules that apply to the resources on the system performances. And then there are three main literature reviews that used for this study. The first is simulation modeling, the second is distributive event simulation, and the third one is the human-machine collaboration. And then for the methodology, it divided into two parts. The first is about the modeling, and the second is about the results. The modeling consists of assembly process, events module, resources sequencing rules, and development of simulation environment. And for the result, there are performance measurement, which consists of production rate, flow time, and resources utilization, and Pareto frontier analysis. And then this is the assembly process and the event module in order to assemble a car toys. It started for the car toys assembly process. It started with dynamo attachment process, and then continue with the tires assembly process, and then the roller screwing process, and then body assembly process, and then it will be ended by the packaging process. And then table 1 represent the assembly process event module. And then there is an event in here, and then the processing time that used for the event, and then the resources involvement, which is the resource that are used in order to execute the event. And then for the sequencing rules and the simulation environment, so there are two sequencing rules that used for the arm robot, which are FIFO, or first in, first out, and then the task priority. And then for the operator, is also adopting two sequencing rules, which is the first available and shortest route. And then for the figure 2 is displaying the simulation environment. The simulation in here is developed by using a software called FlexSim. And then this is the simulation settings that are used in order to develop the simulation environment. The first is the source input is set with inter-arrival time with the normal distribution of mean 180 seconds and standard deviation of 30 seconds. The time horizon in the simulation is 1 hour, is equal to 3,600 seconds. Two sequencing rules are applied to the arm robot and two sequencing rules are applied to the operators. Therefore, it resulted in 4 sequencing combinations between arm robot and operators. And then each combination conducted 30 times of replication. The simulation will be stopped when reaching the time of 4 hours production time. The performance that measured is arm robot, sequencing robot, and operator utilizations, and then the system throughput per hour and the average flow time. The model verification and model validation is by using input validation. So input validation is a way to validate the model by replicating the real system into the simulation model and observe if the simulation model can represent the behavior, structure, and condition of the actual system. And then the simulation result over here is divided into two main parts. The first is the system performances simulation result, and the second one is the resource utilizations simulation result. Table 3 represents the system performances simulation result. In here, what are measured are throughput per hour and the flow time. And then for the table 4, it's displaying resource utilization simulation result. And then there are 5 resources that measured in here, which are the arm robot 1, arm robot 2, the screwing robot, the operator 1, and operator 2. The utilizations in here are measured in percentage. And then this one is the Pareto frontier analysis of throughput per hour versus the flow time. The sequencing combination, the sequence combination of 2 and 2, which are the task priority for arm robot and the shortest route for the operator, can satisfy both system performance objectives. And then, therefore, we can say a sequence combination of 2 and 2 resulted into the best performance. And then, from the comprehensive analysis that has been conducted, the smaller value of flow time resulted in a higher number of hourly throughput. Therefore, the system can be enhanced by decreasing the flow time. Resources sequencing rules resulted in different value of system output performance. Therefore, sequencing rules is one of the methods that able to enhance the system performance without adding new resource and able to utilize the existing resources. Robot sequencing rule with the task priority has much less flow time value and higher throughput per hour. Collaborative robot enables flexibility in the assembly line. Various product types can be produced in a single assembly line. Therefore, collaborative robot suits for achieving mass customization, which nowadays become the challenge for manufacturers. Operator sequencing rules produce system performance enhancement. And then this is the last part of my presentation for today, the conclusion and the future study. For the conclusion, this study developed a simulation model of a car toys assembly line, which will implement collaborative robots into the system. The simulation model is a discrete event simulation, or DES, and developed by using FlexSim. The goal of the model is to visualize the predicted system behavior and system performance. Collaborative robot implementation enables product flexibility in the assembly line. Therefore, several product types able to be served in a single assembly line. Simulation model considered one of the approach to obtain system performances. The sequencing rules applied to assembly line resources resulted in performance enhancement, utilization of resources, and product types flexibility. And then the future study that might be conducted for based on my research are the first is more type of sequencing rules for the resources can be used, and then other system performance such as delivery performance also need to be measured. And then the last one is new advanced practical modules might be developed to observe and learn the automation system and the assembly system able to cope the challenges of Industry 4.0, which is mass customization. And then these are the references that I use in my paper. And then this is the end of my presentation. Thank you so much for your attention and your time.
Thank you, Ivan, for the presentation. I hope you can hear and present here. So we can continue with the question and answer. Ivan, are you here? Okay, Ivan.
Hello, everyone. Sorry, I found out there's some troubles in my Zoom. So I would like you guys to welcome if there is any question regarding my presentation.
Okay. Okay. This is the question. Good afternoon. From what I can gather, the ability to make flexible changes on the field. This is the question from Pak Jehosfat. So the ability to make flexible changes on the field, which was the main advantage of using people in the factory, is now granted to machine as well. Won't this possibly push people out of factory, which will eliminate job which is not desirable for not just the factory, but also the economy? Okay, Ivan?
Okay, thank you for your question. So actually in my research in here, what I'm discussing is about the human-machine collaboration. And then by the name itself, so it should, actually it still includes human as part of the production process. Therefore, in my research, we are not making the production system into something that really automated or make the whole production system or the production line, or in my case is the assembly line is automation. However, in my case in here, I try to combine the advantage of using human and the advantage of using robot, because each of them, either it's human and robot, has its own advantage. For instance, like the human for doing some complex job, in my case the assembly, not all the complex job can be done by using the automated robot. Therefore, on the other hand, some job that using robot in here, such as the pick and place, and maybe in my case is the screwing robot. Actually, one of the advantage of using robot is the endurance. And most likely, robot is also more precise. But actually, if when we are executing some job that require complexity, it still requires human in order to execute that kind of task. So you have additional question in here?
So the additional question, so that what we are doing here is taking the flexibility of humans and augmenting it with robots to improve both endurance and efficiency.
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to do, because in the future, what we are facing is about the mass customization. Therefore, flexibility in the assembly line become one of the issue that we're trying to solve the problem, especially about the problem about efficiency and productivity. By creating the human-machine collaboration, the human and the robot might work collaboratively together. Okay, thank you. That's for my answer.
Okay, thank you, Ivan. Is there any question? Okay, Ivan, this is the latest trend in human-machine interaction. Actually, we are today start talking about human-machine cooperation, human-robot cooperation, or human-robot collaboration. In your simulation, did you do something that maybe you measure about the job that cannot be done by the human because of the movement or because of the heavy weight in manual handling, for example, into your consideration when you are doing your simulation here? Or is that the possibility to replace the task that cannot be done by human, and then this replaced by or substitute by the machine or robot?
Yes, I think I can put it as a consideration. Maybe I will put it in as a future study. I haven't put that consideration into my simulation for my case. But one other things that I'm trying to achieve in the future is connect between the physical objects, for instance, the robot and the human, or maybe the conveyor in my case, by using a real time, and then the real time data can be used as the input in my simulation. So that's one of the future research that might be conducted in the future as well.
Okay, very interesting. Because I don't see another question here. So thank you, Ivan, for the presentation and the discussion. And then we move on to the last presenter in this session, Pak Hilman Hanif from University of Indonesia. Pak Hilman, are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay. The time is yours.
Okay, let me share my screen. Okay, hello everyone, good afternoon. Today I want to present my research about job rotation optimization using mixed integer nonlinear programming method to balance operator workload in automotive industry. My name is Hilman Hanif from Universitas Indonesia. First of all, I want to identify the problem. There are 5 main problems that I have found in the research object. The first one is monotonous work, unexamined workload, no job rotation strategy, work assignment problem, and operators complaint. And this problem is common risk factor for musculoskeletal disorder or MSD in manufacturing industry. Therefore, ergonomic approach can lead to significant improvement in worker welfare, prevention of work-related disease, increased job satisfaction, and work productivity. Reducing the risk factor for musculoskeletal disorder of MSD and monotonous work are the main reasons that persuaded the manufacturing industry to implement job rotation in workplace planning. These are the data that show the significant impact of MSD in the manufacturing industry. To solve that problem, we need to balance the workload. Job rotation is used as an organizational approach by manufacturing industries to reduce exposure to high physical and monotonous workload, because job rotation allows the transfer of workload to other muscles and increase the utilization of different body areas to reduce exposure to these factors. The variability of exposure to these risk factors can be an opportunity to reduce the risk of work-related MSD. However, the efficiency of a job rotation strategy depends on workload identification, evaluating the level of exposure, and planning the schedule proper job rotations. So we need ergonomic approach to properly characterize and analyze physical workload in order to develop job rotation strategies. Several studies have integrated various biomechanical parameters such as repetition, posture, force, material handling, and energy consumption into a mathematical model for job rotation. For the method, we are going to use optimization approach to solve the problem, because many models have been developed to identify optimal solutions for minimize worker risk exposure and to achieve a global balance of workload. This following research have proven that linear programming optimization method can be used to optimize job rotation and balance workload according to ergonomic aspects. So, based on the introduction and the background, we can formulate the problem. There are three main problems in this research. There are risk factors, workload imbalance, and job rotation problem. The problem is how to balance daily workload between operators of assembly line workstation in the automotive industry by considering the ergonomic aspects. And the objective of this research is to generate a mathematical model for designing job assignment in the optimal order for each operator, and to balance the cumulative daily workload between operators by implementing job rotation using a mathematical model that considers ergonomic aspects. This is the limitation of the research. And the methodology consisting problem identification, data study, data collection, data processing, analysis, and conclusion. For the conceptual model, job rotation model using MINLP or mixed integer nonlinear programming was carried out to minimize the risk exposure of workers involved in repetitive manual tasks by balancing human workloads and reducing ergonomic risk. The objective of this optimization is design an optimal job assignment sequence to balance daily physical workloads on the truck assembly line and minimize MSD risk for workers by considering ergonomic aspects. The aspects of ergonomic in this research is the first one, the consecutive assignment of two high workload jobs to a single worker during one day must be prevented. And the second one is the consecutive assignment of two jobs with high workload in the same criteria to a single worker during one day also must be prevented. The other consideration is operator capability, because the capability of the worker has factor in the cost and time required if all the operators are required to be skilled with all the jobs. For the novelty, we have found out that workload balance between operators after job rotation is shown by decreasing variation in workload between operators calculated using standard deviations. Calculation of standard deviation is used as a statistical measurement of a workload distribution because it is a unit of measure of variability that shown the distribution of data. However, previous research developed the job rotation model to minimize the cumulative workload of each operator, which causes complexity in the model. Therefore, this research aimed to develop a novel mathematical programming model for job rotation using MINLP method as an alternative approach in the form of standard deviation minimization to balance and optimize physical workload that consider ergonomic aspects. For data collection, this is the list of all workstations in the truck assembly line in one of Indonesian automotive company. We are going to use 38 workstations. And this is the actual job schedule where we can see that there are 3 rest periods in this schedule. That means the working period in one day can be divided into 4 periods. Operators from one workstation did not change their jobs in one day, which means each operator working at the same workstation in 4 different work periods in a single day. For identifying the workload, we are going to use the ergonomic method, Scania ergonomic standard with a questionnaire. And this method integrates 20 ergonomics parameter based on 5 categories of work posture, ergonomic consumption, force, material handling, and repetition. The results were classified according to a green, yellow, and red color shaded scale representing the level of MSD risk. Green indicates the minimal risk, yellow indicates the moderate risk, and red indicates the high risk. This method is applied to assess the level of risk for each ergonomic criteria in all work at all work sessions. The final workload score of each work session is determined by the numbers of colors on the ergonomic criteria based on the parameters. And the results of this method are used as the parameters for the mathematical model to make decision about job rotation schedules. Then we need statistical analysis to calculate the numerical score for each color to solve the mathematical model. And this is the process to find the numerical score for each color. And the results are score for green is 1, score for yellow is 1.57, and score for red is 2.67. And this is the data collection using assessment. The assessment is carried out in a workload evaluation matrix consisting of all jobs and all work sessions in assembly line. One of the experts conducted the general assessment based on each work session consisting of several jobs. And this is the results of the evaluation. We can see that this is the final score for workload for each work session. There are 38 of them. And this is the results of the data processing regarding the total cumulative workload received by workers at each work session without job rotation. This is from this table, we can see the actual cumulative workload for each operators calculated by totaling the actual workload from the jobs that are assigned to each operators. And from this table, we can see there are imbalance workload between operators, where some of the operators get high workload and some of them get the low workload. And then for the capability, this is the operator capability matrix, where the Y indicating that the operator is able to do the job, and the N is the opposite. And for the model formulation, this is the mathematical model was developed using parameters and variables formulated by objective function and constant function. This is the model parameter. And this is the decision variable. And this is the objective function. The objective function shown in the above equation is used to balance the physical workload. The goal is minimizing the standard deviation of the cumulative workload received by operators. And this job rotation, this objective function ensures that the job rotation models results in a job assignment with a balanced workload. And this is the equation to support the objective function. The first one is the equation for totaling the workload for each operators, and the second one is to find the average value for the total workload of each operators. And this is the constant function. There are some constant functions that are used in this model. And this is the optimization process. The optimization was done using Lingo 17 software by translating the mathematical model into programming language that can be run by Lingo software to perform a solver with parameters, variable, objective that have been formulated. After the optimization is finished, we can get the results, and this is the results from the optimization, resulting in a new sequence of job for each operators with a balanced total cumulative daily workloads. And then the tail checks are carried out to ensure that all the specified constraints have been met. And for analyzing the results, we're comparing the actual workload with the optimized workload. And from these results, we can see that this job rotation model has succeeded in varying the sequence of jobs for each operator according to the capability matrix, making the operators who previously exposed to high workloads balanced with operators who previously exposed to low workloads. And then no assignment of work session with the same general evaluation of high workload and high economic criteria sequentially to one identical operator. And then from this comparison figure, we can see that the workload are balanced. The physical workload is evenly distributed among operators with previously significant variation across workstation now being balanced with a decrease in standard deviation from 10.73 to 0.32. And for the conclusion, the first one is the mathematical model succeeded in designing a job rotation model for designing the optimal assignment of jobs for each worker by considering ergonomic aspects that fit the real conditions in the efficient time frame. And second one, ergonomic constraints are applied to avoid assigning work session with general evaluation of high workloads at the same high criteria in sequence into the same operator. And then a decrease in standard deviation from 10.73 to 0.32 prove a decrease in variation in workload between operators, so that the physical workload has been distributed equally between the operators. And then variation in the order of the job for each operator have been successfully carried out to overcome repetitive work and significant difference in workload, which are the rest of MSD. And then the results of job rotation succeeded in making operators who previously had a high workload in one day be balanced with operators who previously had low workloads. And the balanced level of job rotation optimization results depends on the effective workload identification and operator capabilities related to training aspects. And for the suggestions from the results of the research that has been done, the author suggests several things to be done. Remarks, this research could not claim whether the proposed job rotation model will reduce MSD symptoms among operators in manufacturing industry. So, conducting further research suggested to prove the impact of job rotation on reducing the incidence of MSD disturbance rate on operators with an empirical and quantitative method. And then we also suggest to conducting objective data collection and further development of mathematical models in order to describe the actual conditions with better and more optimal results. And this is the reference that I use for this research. Thank you. And this is the end of my presentation.
Okay, thank you, Pak Hilman, for the interesting presentation. So I will open the discussion. Okay, this is the from Pak Jehospat. I'm sorry, but this is going too fast. Can Mr. Hilman please slow down a bit?
Okay.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. So I will open the discussion. Maybe Pak Jehospat has question. So Pak Hilman, in your research here, you are doing ergonomic assessment also, right?
Yes.
But in what kind of ergonomic assessment that you are dealing here? Because sometimes in assembly line, there are heavy, especially this is in truck, right? So sometimes for the heavy machinery, you are the consideration here about the workload here is this what you are meaning in the ergonomic aspect?
In my research, the ergonomic aspects is used to make quantitative scoring for workloads because to make optimization for work for the job order, we need to quantify what is the score, the quantitative score for each workstation. So the ergonomic aspects are used to as the method for make a quantitative scoring for the workloads.
Okay, thank you. So I have a question from Pak Jehospat. From what I can see, the study aims to create a better job rotation to minimize the risk of muscular disorder due to repetitive work. However, wouldn't this reduce productivity if said person is more proficient than others? And will there be a possible compromise to minimize risk while maximizing productivity? And furthermore, what can be said of sweatshop where operator safety is largely disregarded? Okay, Pak Hilman.
Okay, so for this research, we can see that for the assembly line, optimally, especially in the mass production, there are some methods there when some company are using the same process for each operators. But there are the problem in my research because the monotonous work and the repetitive tasks are the risk for MSD. There are the problem that I am to solve. And this problem is some companies it doesn't aware of. So my research aim to solve the problem by minimizing the risk by rotating the job, because it will reduce the MSD risk. But for the productivity aspects, I have considered the workers capability. So the rotation model is are done based on the capability of the workers. So it will not assign to the worker that cannot done the job. So that's why I'm considering the operator's capability to rotate the job, because that will affect on the cost of training and cost if the company is must rotate to all the jobs, all the workers.
Okay, thank you, Pak Hilman. Is there any question from the participant here? Okay, this is question from Professor Murata. Thank you for your presentation. It takes time for getting multi-skills for job rotation. Please tell me your opinion to overcome it. Pak Hilman.
Okay, from my experience in my research object, to overcome the difficulties on getting multi-skills job is we can overcome it with rotating the job rotation in the same job family. For example, in the pre-assembly line and the post-assembly line, we can see if there are some jobs that we can group up together. Let's say putting chairs and putting doors. Example, there are the same families of job where the operators are putting the object. Nah, to overcome if the companies are not willing to make a training for the operators, then the solution is instead of making the operators to do all the jobs, then we can overcome it by rotating the jobs for the same job families, that the operators can do the job without many trainings furthermore.
Thank you, Pak Hilman. Okay, I didn't see any further question. So thank you, Pak Hilman, for the presentation. Thank you all participants for your attention and attending this seminar. So I will close this session of production and operation management session this afternoon, and we will have break for 15 minutes, and then at 15 past 15 we will continue with the parallel session 3 with production and operating management session. Thank you.
Thank you.
PT Dian Swastitika Sentosa Tbk. DSS main business activities consists of power generation, coal mining and trading, multimedia, and fertilizer and chemical trading. Captive power plants located in Serang, Tangerang and Karawang. In coal mining business in Sumatra and Kalimantan. DSS places high priority for safety and health aspects. Corporate social responsibility activities related to environmental aspects, employment, health and safety aspect, social and community development aspect, and product responsibility aspect.
From its humble beginning in 2000, Swiss German University has grown to be one of the most successful private universities with European connections in Indonesia. Our vision in becoming a globally recognized university with a superior learning culture and high social responsibility has been increasingly realized through our distinguished graduates whose knowledge, experience, and most importantly, character are greatly needed in today's competitive markets. In order to maximize the delivery of quality of both academic and non-academic services, our lecturers and staff are always there for you. 90% of our lecturers earned their academic degrees from abroad with work experience in industry who will deliver the teaching and learning activities using English as a medium of instructions. The small class sizes allows the students to be fully engaged with the lecturers. Moreover, both of our academic and non-academic staff are ready to serve you.
Because the courses are not overcrowded, you get to know them straight away. And they're so friendly and helpful. And so it's really not hard to integrate here. But it's not only about the lecturers in the class, it's also about people you meet. Everybody is smiling and saying hello, although they do not know you. And as far as I remember, I've never seen anybody stress you or being alone.
SGU's industry-oriented study programs, including 11 bachelor's and 3 master's degrees programs, offer international degree courses which combine both theoretical and practical training and internship programs.
Studying mechatronics engineering at SGU have been rewarding for me because I learned both practical skills and theoretical skills at the same time. Most of the lectures at the university talk about designing a system, where we try to combine electrical engineering and mechanical engineering to build one whole smart system.
Our unique internship program allows the students to experience working as an intern in multinational companies in Indonesia during the 3rd semester and working as an intern in global companies in Europe during the 6th semester.
I experienced my first internship in Bali during my 3rd semester at Marriott Hotel, where I learned about housekeeping and front office.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let me introduce myself. My name is Ivan Kurniawan, and I'm assigned as the session chair for this parallel session with the topic of production and operation management. First of all, it's been an honor for me that I can be part of this special event. So for this session, we shall have 4 presenters, and I do hope we would be able to gain some insight and new knowledge from this parallel session. Okay, without further ado, I would like to invite the first presenter for this session. I'd like to invite Ms. Rena Ohara from Nihon University with the paper entitled Analyzing Structural Loss of Sustainable Distillation Process by Material Flow Cost Accounting. Okay, Ms. Rena Ohara, you may start your presentation.
Yes. Okay, thank you for introduction. Today's our paper title is Analyzing Structural Loss of Sustainable Distillation Process by Material Flow Cost Accounting. Contents of this presentation consist of 5 parts. Keywords are MSCA, Environment Accounting, Distillation Process, Production Management. Section 1 is Introduction. Nowadays, the use of fossil fuel is growing rapidly, and forests are widely lost due to fires and lodging. It means massive CO2 emissions and a decline in CO2 absorption capacity. So, it drives to the situation that people should recognize global warming and world issues. Various international conferences have been held around the world to address global warming, and several international goals have been set. Here are some of them. One of the international conference is COP/FCCC. This is Conference of the Parties to Global Warming Prevention Treaty. Next, Paris Agreement is the dating framework for global warming, and Sustainable Development Goals is 50 years environmental goals. Next, I focus Japanese industry. The chemical industry using large plant is expected to contribute the problem. In particular, the distillation process is a method of manufacturing essential product and consumes as much as 40% of the energy of all production process. This technique is old one that established in the early 20th century. Companies request that the quality of the distillation process is improved to meet customer requirements while keeping costs down. But there is not energy perspective about energy consumption and loss. This study focuses on this point. MSCA used to distillation process. MSCA is environment accounting method, including energy perspective. Also, this study aims at a simulation of performance improvement of distillation process in the collaborative chemical company by adapting MSCA. For this object, we will proceed with research with these purposes. First purpose is deepening the understanding of a distillation process and clarifying the structure. Next is that classifying raw materials, product, and waste in the clarified structure into positive product and negative product using by MSCA. After that, specifying the operation to reduce the negative product and setting the simulation condition for the evaluation of the performance improvement. Finally, simulating using the set conditions and quantify what kind of effect can be expected by improving the performance of the operations. Section 2 is Material Flow Cost Accounting. MSCA is one of the methods in environment accounting. This method focusing the loss of resources and energy in the manufacturing process and cost evaluation of material cost, processing cost, and the depreciation cost invested in those. Figure 1 shows calculation target of MSCA. Input focuses raw material cost and processing cost and depreciation cost. These are divided into waste and product throughout the manufacturing process. This makes it possible to visualization of loss. Cost reduction issues to be analyzed and examined by this method lead to resource and energy saving and aiming to improve production efficiency through environmental protection and cost reduction. Section 3 is research procedure. These are research steps. These steps were carried out with following plan. 8 study sessions were held in step 1 with company members and lab members. In this step, we conduct survey of distillation structure. Step 2 and step 3 conduct only lab members. In step 2, we setting simulation condition for each type of structure. In step 3, we implement simulation and the result could be represented in a graph. In step 4, one session was held with company members and lab members. In this step, we found 6 findings and the direction of improvement of finding 2. Section 4 is research results. This step is investigated distillation structure, and the structure of 3 types of distillation processes are expressed by equation 1 to 9. Figure 3 shows the distillation processes structure. Type 1 shows distillation process with only reflux. This input mixture and reflux, and output reflux and product. Type 2 shows distillation with reflux and one type of disposal. This input, mixture and reflux, and output, product, and waste and reflux. Type 3 shows distillation with reflux and 2 types of disposal. This input, mixture, and reflux, and output, reflux, and product, and 2 waste. And then we could identify which is negative product. On type 1 is reflux, type 2 is reflux and waste, type 3 is reflux and 2 kind of waste. Step 2 is simulation conditions for distillation process redesign. For each type of distillation structure arranged in step 1, the simulation condition of 11 patterns in table 1 are set in order to examine how changing the operating conditions affect the negative product. This simulation conduct under steady state plus 0, 1, 3, 5, 10% of operating condition in each pattern. Step 3 is changing in the distillation process. These graphs are the result of each simulation. Figure 3 and 4 show the result of simulation under type 1 conditions, and figure 5 and 6 shows the result of simulation under type 2 conditions. Figure 3 and 5 shows change in negative product ratio, and figure 4 and 6 show the rate of change in negative product ratio. Figure 7 to 9 shows the result of simulation under type 3 condition. Each graph shows change in negative product ratio. Step 4 is approaches for environmental friendly distillation process. Table 2 shows a summary of simulation result. It found from Table 2 that there is a proportional relationship between the degree of the change in operating condition and the negative product volume change. However, the relationship in the finding 2 is discussion in next slide. Figure 10 and 11 show the contents of Figure 4 by dividing them into 2 types of trend. Figure 10 shows the 3 lines with a low reflux. These are case of product amount is higher than the reflux amount. Gray line correspond to type 1 to 3, and black and light line correspond to type 1 to 4 and type 1 to 5. It is said the larger the amount of reflux is, the smaller the rate of change of the negative product amount is when the reflux amount is larger than that of the product. It is also the same result to other simulation results depending on the negative product volume. Figure 11 shows the 3 lines with high reflux. These are case of product amount is lower than that reflux amount. Orange and blue line correspond to type 1 to 2 and type 1 to 1. This trend to be different from the previous case. The smaller the amount of reflux is, the larger the rate of the change of the negative product amount is. When the reflux amount is larger than that of the product, this factor is due to the negative product ratio. Finally, section 5 is concluding remarks. First, discussion is the relationship between identified performance improvement and the negative product were obtained by the quantified result. From this, the direction of improvement in the relationship between the amount of reflux and the amount of product could be clarified. When the amount of reflux is smaller than the amount of the product, it is effective to change of the operating structure themselves. On the other hand, when the amount of reflux is larger than the amount of the product, it is effective to change of the reflux conditions. Finally, these points are further issues. First is the practical proposal of how to use simulation result. This paper ends when the simulation is performed and the results are considered. Consideration of what will lead to a step on technological improvement for distillation should study how to use the result of simulation conducted this time. Second is the implementation of simulation that combine reflux, product, and waste. This paper performed a simulation that divided into 3 types. It is also possible to change only one of the operating conditions, but it is necessary to consider the simulation due to the change of the 2 or more conditions. These are references. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for your presentation, Ms. Lena O'Hara. And I would like to invite the participant if there is any question regarding the presentation of Ms. Lena O'Hara. Please, you may type your question in the chat room. Okay, first of all, thank you, Ms. Lena O'Hara, for your presentation. I think it's a very interesting research, and I think I just want to know and curious about one thing about the distillation process in here. If there's any improvement that can be conducted regarding the process itself, what it should be looks like. About the process. Yeah, about the process itself. Yeah, about the distillation process itself. If from your future issue that can be conducted from your research in here, you talk about some improvement regarding the distillation process, right? If I'm not mistaken. Or maybe can you explain a little bit more regarding your future research that might be conducted from your research in here?
Yes, and further issues, second further issues, I said implementation of simulation, combined reflex, product, and waste. And I want to continue simulation with combined the simulation conditions.
Okay. So you would like to test the simulation result with different conditions. Is that the point is maybe one of the future research that can be conducted from your research now is you might test the you may simulate into different kind of conditions, right?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Any question from the participants in here? If you have no further question, thank you, Ms. Lena O'Hara, and we shall proceed to the next presenter. So for the next presenter, I would like to welcome Mr. Yang Feng from Nihon University with the research entitled Exploring Characteristics of Visual Management as Lean Toolbox in Construction Worksite of Apartment House.
Thank you for introduction. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Yang Feng from Nihon University, Japan. The title of my paper is Exploring Characteristics of Visual Management as Lean Toolbox in Construction Worksite of Apartment House. Keywords are visual management, lean production, construction industrial, and data mining. Now let's get into the topic. In recent years, lean management, a production management method used in the automobile manufacturing industry, has been applied not only to other manufacturing industry, but also to the construction industry. This paper examines the implementation of visual management based on lean production in a construction site in Japan, and analyze the use of visualization tools. It aims to solve two main problems. First, which visualization tools of lean production are used in Japanese construction industry? And second, we want to clarify which practical problems these tools are used to solve, whether there is a one-to-one correspondence between the tools and the problems, or there is a one-to-multiple correspondence between them. Finally, we want to explore the possibility of tool combination to achieve lean use of tools. Here is the overview and method of my research. First, we have done literature research, and second, proposed overlapped purpose phenomenon, and then case study. Fourth, verification phenomenon by using work extraction and system diagram, and then use co-occurrence network to analyze each tool's situation, and then found different solutions for the same purpose of tools. Finally, we want to create visual management tools that are easier to use. Here, what in the Rex box is the context of today's speech. So, what is the visual management? According to Murata, visual management undertakes the role of both just-in-time and automation with a human touch, which supports the total production system and aims to animate all kinds of waste in production activities within the ideal environment they pursue and the daily work. Academic research and classification of this method is ongoing. In this study, the cutting point is selected from the various characteristics of visual management, such as control level, management object, communication, and so on. And the result is a clear opinion. However, it is difficult to say that this classification represents all the facts. Therefore, this paper will explore how to more accurately represent the situation of construction site. That is, trying to clarify the network relationship between multiple tools and multiple management purposes. This is based on the premise that one tool is used for multiple purposes and the overlap between the tools and the management object, which is called overlapped purpose. It can be considered that by clarifying such a situation, the following results can be achieved. First, lean use of visual management tools, and second, restrained random development of visual management, and third, combined application of visual management tools. In order to understand the correct situation, we conducted a case study. We went to the site of a construction company that actually used the visualization tools of lean production. Finally, we wrote the study results into a report, and we used this report as a base for verifying the overlapped purpose. The tool we use this time is called KHCoder, which is a free and open source software that can be used for categorize and analyze and cluster analyze or network analyze. We use categorize, analyze, and network analyze this time. Here is the process of verifying overlapped purpose. It took 3 steps. Step 1, word extraction with data mining. We're using KHCoder to automatically extract words in the report. Finally, a total of 573 words were extracted from the whole report. Step 2, words classification with system diagram. Classification was carried out for a total of 3 times. In the first classification, the 573 words in the previous step are classified into 101 categories and summarized into 14 in the second classification. Finally, in the third classification, they are summarized into 5. These 5 are the final results of the analysis for the purpose of visual management tools. Here is the table of relationship between the method and purpose. The number in the table represents the number of words in the text of these tools for each purpose. The red one is the main purpose of these tools. According to this paper, we can draw the conclusion that, first, all the visualization tools are used for multiple purposes. This proves that there is overlapped purpose phenomenon between tools and purpose. Secondly, the higher value is, the stronger correlation between tools and purpose. Thirdly, there are most tools aimed primarily at promoting communication and ensuring safety. After confirming this phenomenon, we need to know what is specific content of each tool and how is it used to solve the corresponding problems. In view of these above 2 problems, in this page, we use co-occurrency network diagram to analyze the description text of each tool and establishes the occurrency network representatively. Here, we only use safety meeting daily as an example. We analyze the media centrality of each word in the next words and find words with the strongest media centrality as the base of the main context of these tools. The size of the circle indicates the frequency of occurrence of word. The thickness of the line connected to the circle and circle indicates the stress of association. The blue circle shows that the word has the strongest media centrality in this picture. Here are the 3 most media central words about safety meeting daily. Through them and other words connected to them, we can know that the safety meeting daily is a recorded-based visualization tool. It mainly used to record danger-related activities that take place on site every day and during meeting. The context include the record of safety and the record of risk. After performing the same analysis on all tools, we know that even for the same purpose, such as safety, different tools still have their own focus. For example, for the purpose of safety and risk, the main function of safety meeting daily is to record, while the safety bulletin board is focusing on reward. So in the future, we would like to explore how to better combine the two to achieve more efficient use of tools. Second, in the co-occurrency network of different tools, the correlation of each section is also different, such as this picture. So for the further research, we should learn more about co-occurrency network to go further research. To sum up, first, we have summarized the visualization tools used in the Japanese construction site. And second, we have provided proof the extent of overlapped purpose between tools and purpose. And third, we found that tools have different focuses for the same purpose. The follow-up work will be combined with reality, try to slip it and reorganize tools for the same purpose and with similar way to achieve the purpose, to achieve more efficiency use for the tools. In the future study, we will continue to learn more about the visualization tools of the construction industry, review the possibility of streamlining them and contribution to the safety and efficiency of the construction site. here is the reference. That's all. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Yang Feng, for your presentation. I would like to invite the participant if there is any question regarding Mr. Yang Feng's presentation. And from the chat room, we have two questions over here. The first is from Mr. Aditya Tirta Pratama. Thank you for your presentation. Can your result be applied to other type of companies or services, or limited only in the construction company? And what kind of adjustment need to be done if it is applied to other companies or services?
Okay, thank you for your question. And this time we stand in the manufacturing. We use the visual of manufacturing industrial to see what visualization tools of lean production used in the construction side. And you can say it can also use in other company or other industrial. If we a judgment need. So this time we just focused on the construction industrial. So for the other industrial, it indeed needs some judgment, such as now the construction industrial is focusing on the safety, but other just like manufacturing industrial, they may focus on the efficiency or other purpose. Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Yang Feng, for your answer. We shall proceed to the next question from Ms. Tanika Sofianti. Thank you, Mr. Feng, for a very nice presentation. I am Tanika from Swiss German University. I would like to know that if there was any research about correlation of visual management in construction work with the nationality of the construction workers.
Thank you for your question. I think this time we just analyzed the Japanese situation, but in other country, they may in the same situation. It does not matter with the nationality. Yes. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. And for the last question from Ms. Jeho Shashpat or Jai. So good evening. I'm sorry if this is a trivial question, but what do you mean when you say that a word has a strong media centrality?
Okay, thank you for your question. The media centrality is that when, just like media, a group is here, another group is here. And when in the middle is the media in this situation. So when we clarify this central one, we can know what is in this way and this way. So when we clarify what is the media in the middle, we can know what is beside them, and know the main purpose.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Yang Feng, for your answer. So I think we don't see any question anymore for this section for Mr. Yang Feng's presentation. So thank you, and I would like to proceed to the next presenters. I would like to invite Mr. Albert Castillo from Swiss German University with the paper entitled Material Handling System Improvement in Injection Section of Automotive Manufacturing Company. Please, Mr. Albert, you may start with your presentation.
Hi, thank you. So now I would like to present you a bit about my research. And the research title is about material handling system improvement in injection section of automotive mobile manufacturing company. So first, the background. So this is a Japanese automotive manufacturing company, of which very put efficiency in their system, very important. And in this research, I will talk more about the efficiency. And next one is the problem. They have some problem in the injection section, which is too many unnecessary motion. And at the end, the objective is to develop an efficient material handling system. So the method I use in this research is using the MIC method. So the first one is the define. I start with the problem identification, literature review. And next is the measure, which is the data acquisition by observation. And then analyze using a motion study and the spaghetti diagram. And then next one is to improve, which is develop a new procedure and material handling tools and check if the result is good or not. And then if it's continued with standardized but developing work instruction. And the last is for the control is the audit system. So to further identify the problem, I use another method which is the 5 why method. The first one is they are unable to increase the production rate per day. And this is happened because their time required to process the product is too long. It takes too long time. And this is also happened because of the long process time activity, which happen because of the unnecessary motion. And it is this unnecessary motion is after observation. I can see that it required a very long time to walk between each workstation, and this is it happened because the distance is too long. So the current condition analysis. So on the left, you can see that this is the current layout. The bumper in the injection section has a 8 bumper rack, which use gravity powered, and it's divided into 4 symbols, which is A, B, and CD, which each bumper is identified for each car type. So for the front and rear model of type 1 and the front and rear bumper of type 2, which is the C and D. So the painting area, this also have another shooting rack, which required manual labor, and they use a jig and a cardboard to move the bumper from the injection section to the painting area. So the worker has to pick up the cardboard in the rack in the painting area, and then move the bumper with the cardboard, and then pick up another painting another jig to fit the bumper into the cardboard. And after that, the worker have to manually walk to the, for example, the rack A, to pick up one bumper A, and then walk back again to the painting area, and then to install the bumper into the jig and to send them again to the painting area. And this is repetitive motion. And next, the data collection, and this is to visualize how it looks. So the worker has to come back and forth every time the worker need to take the bumper from each respective jig rack to the bumper rack to the painting area. And here we can see for each time the worker move from painting area to pick up the bumper, it takes on average from 5 to 19 steps, or 4 to 10 seconds in each trip. And the method to develop the solution, I use the 6 phases of the generic product development process. The first phase is the planning phase, which set the objective, the target, and the constraint. And the next step, the next phase is the concept development, which the product concept, the system level design, the functional specification and how it works, the process flow, the detailed design, it's the design of the product itself, the testing and refinement, is to test and to validate if the new system is working or not, and the production roadmap is about the production. So from this method, it came up into two solutions. So the first solution is to basically add a cart which able to pick up two bumpers from each rack. So the main idea is to basically the worker can move up the cart into each bumper rack and then pick up more than one bumper to the painting area. From here, the worker will save much more time from just taking it took 20 steps to take the bumper for one bumper. Now it can with the same step with the worker is able to take more than one bumper. And in this solution, the worker can only move effectively to take up the bumper from rack A, B, A1, because the rest of the bumper rack is quite close to the painting area. And the solution 2 is the continuous improvement from the solution 1. So in here, instead of using a cart that can take up to 2 bumper, now the cart is further improved to take 4 bumper at once. So how it works is the painting area will need to be improved to be wider, and the painting area should rack before in the current system is removed. It's changed by a cart. So instead of using just one cart in the solution 1, now in this I use 4 carts. So the main idea is still the same. The worker will take the cart to the bumper rack to fill it with 4 bumpers, and then move into the painting area and just put the cart in the painting area. From there, another worker in the painting area can just take the bumper to be painted. And after putting the cart, the worker can can take another cart, empty cart again, to fill it up with bumpers and back again to the painting area to switch when the cart in the painting area is empty. So the conclusion of this is the current system, the proposed solution 1 and solution 2. So from here in this table, we can see I use the simulation to test the procedure. The simulation itself is using a Technomatic plan simulation, and from each bumper rack, I put the maximum capacity, which is 66 bumper. From there, we can to empty all full bumpers, which is 528 bumpers. It took the current system 4 hours, 4 minutes and 40 seconds. With the throughput per hour is 98. And in a proposed solution 1, it only add a cart which capacity is 2 bumper, with the investment around 300,000 rupiah, and testing procedure is also the same using the simulation with the same number of bumper, but the total time is reduced into 3 hours and 24 minutes 50 seconds to finish 528 bumpers, with the throughput per hour is 156. And the last one is the proposed solution 2, which use 4 bumpers, 4 carts, which each can hold up to 4 bumpers. And there's another extra cost for creating a new bumper rack to fix some problem in the bumper rack. And this is there's a bit different pricing for creating a new bumper rack and or fixing the current bumper rack. So the testing procedure is still the same to finish 528 bumpers, but the total time is further reduced into 1 hour 20 minutes and 20 seconds. With the throughput per hour is 392 bumper per hour. That's all from me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Albert, for your presentation. Maybe is there any question from the participant? Okay, we have one question in here from Mr. Jehoshaphat. Good evening, I'm Jehoshaphat. Regarding the solution, if the painting area will be expanded, will it not be possible to do all in and use a conveyor belt instead to increase the efficiency further? Mr. Albert?
Thank you for the question. Yes, from here, if we, you say that using a conveyor, I already do research before, so that between the painting area and the injection section is it's a bit crowded. So the worker not only need to walk there from to another workstation. So by putting a conveyor belt, first is it's not suitable with the working condition, and it's also much more expensive than just adding a cart.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Albert. And we have another question from Professor Koichi Murata. Thank you for the presentation. What is the theoretical model behind your model, if you have? Mr. Albert, please.
I'm sorry, can you please repeat the question?
What is the theoretical model behind your model, if you have?
In this research, I use basically the Mike method as the main guideline for all the research, but to further develop the system itself, I use the 6 phases of generic product development process.
Okay, Mr. Albert. And I also have another question. So from your cart design, is it specifically designed for only bringing bumper as the object, or can be it applied if we are going to carry another type of object, such as door maybe?
I designed this cart specifically for bumper, but for because from the size itself, it's already fit enough for the bumper to hold the bumper steady enough. When the worker push or pull the cart, the bumper will not fall. But for the other products such as door, I don't think it will be fit with the cart design.
So the cart design in here is specifically designed for the bumper only?
Yes.
Okay. And if the cart design over here, is it already applied into the real situation?
Not yet. It's still in the improvement.
Oh, it's still in the design phase.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Albert, for your presentation.
Thank you.
And then I would like to invite our last presenter for today, Mr. Renaldi Wijaya from Swiss German University, with the paper entitled Knowledge Creation Cycle in Design of Training Program for Car Manufacturing Company. Mr. Lei, you may start your presentation. Mr. Lei, can you?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Ivan. So hello everyone, my name is Renaldi Wijaya, and today I'm going to present my research in knowledge creation cycle in design of training program for car manufacturing company. So nowadays, companies are expected to be highly adaptable to the changes on the market. This includes customers demand for a different kind of products, which can change at basically any time. In order to do that, a company has to manage its resources effectively to quickly adapt to the ever-changing requirements of the customers. One of them being the human resource knowledge of the company. On this case, a German automotive manufacturing company operating in Indonesia are planning to introduce a new product into their production line. However, during an audit before the full production of the new vehicle can commence, they find that there are a lot of mistakes during assembly of the new type of vehicle, so it didn't pass the audit. However, although this new vehicle is highly similar to the ones that are currently in production. And from that, we can conclude that the research problem is the company have a problem with knowledge transfer from the management to the human resource of the production line, especially to the operators of the assembly line. The limitations of this research includes the main focus of this project, which are limited to the production or assembly processes of the company. And this research is conducted at the production department of the company. So onto methodology. The method to solve the problem is the ADDIE model, which separates the steps into 5 areas: analyze, design, development, implementation, and evaluation. So first, it starts with problem identification, where through field observations we determine the problem of the company, which is then followed by literature review to look for supporting documents regarding the problem and to find suitable solutions to the problem. And once it is completed, data gathering and analysis is conducted to determine the best way to implement the solution. And then onto the design phase, where the training system for the company is designed, which is done by identifying required competency for each job functions on the assembly line and creating a competency matrix based on the competencies observed. And then onto development phase, the training center layout and facility of the company are improved from previous research conducted by the company. An e-learning application, an pre-existing e-learning application is configured to better suit the company's requirements, and its training materials are improved as well. And then comes the implementation phase, where the training center layout and facility and the e-learning application are implemented for the assembly line, which is then followed by a user acceptance test to determine the result of the implementation. And then comes the evaluation phase, where the test result of the UAT are discussed and conclusion and recommendation can be taken based on the discussion. So as I've said before, skill matrix is used to determine all the relevant skills required on all assembly stations of the company. This data is gathered through field observations, where observations are done when they are assembling a vehicle. So every process of the assembly stations are listed. And then a relevant module is assigned to corresponding assembly processes for the workers to prepare themselves before entering the assembly line. And then onto training program design and development. The development is separated into 2 areas. The first is physical aspect, and there are theoretical aspects as well. On the physical aspect, the training center layout is improved by adding new equipments where workers can practice their skills on assembling vehicles, taking from balls and other materials as well, and addition of information boards and its materials where workers can see how an assembly operation should be conducted correctly. And then onto theoretical aspect, an e-learning application, which is Moodle, are configured to better conform with the company's requirement. So, which includes plugins and other add-ons to for better operation of the e-learning application. And then additional training materials are introduced as well, which includes new courses for other assembly operation and new type of documents such as standard operations procedure (SOP) and single point lesson (SPL). Both of them are utilized to record previous experiences for the new workers to study and did not repeat the same mistakes. And based on that, and to effectively manage the human resource knowledge, we utilize the Seichi model of knowledge, where to manage the knowledge of the assembly line. And they have 4 steps in managing the knowledge, which starts with socialization, externalization, combination, and internalization. It is a cycle, so once the 4th step is completed, it reverts back into the 1st step, socialization. On socialization, workers share information between one and another, which are conducted through events such as a training session where workers practice with the training simulator under supervision from experienced instructors. And other type of interaction between workers also can be done through discussion, although both formal and informal. And it is followed then by the externalization phase, where the information from an external source or an expert worker is recorded into a media, which will be used as learning materials for the workers. These learning materials includes course introduction video or presentation, modules, for discussion forum, single point lesson, and standard operation procedure. And then comes the combination phase, where the training materials which has been recorded before are compiled to form a comprehensive training course for an assembly operation. And since this company have multiple assembly operations, multiple training course is devised to fulfill the requirements of the company. And then comes the internalization phase, where trainees will practice their skills in a physical training area. On this phase, when they are working with the training tools, the trainees will externalize or show his or her knowledge of the operations to be observed by instructors and trainers to determine whether he has understood the whole materials of the course or not. And once the implementations are completed, as I said before, a user acceptance test is conducted to determine the effectiveness of the training program. On this case, there are 16 workers of the company that managed to join the user acceptance test, including operators and supervisors of the assembly line. And once they have completed the UAT, they are given questionnaires for them to judge how well is this training program performs. There are a total of 5 aspects: application navigation, multimedia aspect, learning materials, learning activities, and operational aspect. For each aspect, there are several indicators to measure how well the training program excels in that aspect. For each indicator, there are scores where the user can give a score between 1 to 6, the more the better. And once they have given the scores for each aspect, the average of the indicator determines the final score of the aspect. As we can see here, we have an average final score of around 4.7. So it performs quite good, and it's quite acceptable for the workers in the company. And from this result, we can determine that although the model of knowledge is not designed to be implemented with the ADDIE model, it can benefit the company by effectively managing the knowledge, the human resource knowledge of the company. And here, we can see that on the model of knowledge, the socialization phase happens when trainees receive an on-job training or a job training seminar of an assembly operation, along with discussions between peers and instructors. When they're doing this kind of activities, their tacit knowledge is expanded through forums and focus group discussion between trainees and course instructors, both offline, face-to-face, and online through the e-learning application. And then onto the externalization phase, knowledge of expert workers of the assembly line are recorded to form a comprehensive report which can be studied by trainees. By doing this, the tacit knowledge of the work of the experienced workers is converted into explicit knowledge, which are numbers and text by these documents. So everyone can understand it more clearly, and however, they will need to practice it at some other time, or else it will be a waste. And then onto the combination phase, which is conducted through theoretical learning in the classroom and self-learning by the trainees using e-learning. Where both of these methods have access to complete explicit knowledge of the assembly line through documents. Combination phase elaborates multiple explicit information into a larger, more comprehensive set of information, which are the training courses. And then on the last is the internalization phase, where trainees apply their skills to a simulator or the practical learning area, which simulates the real working condition of the assembly line. On this phase, the explicit knowledge of the trainee is converted into tacit knowledge through first-hand experience. And after they have completed this phase, the trainees have enough experience and they can share it into less experienced trainees, which the socialization phase takes place and the cycle repeats. In conclusion, the training program design is capable to manage and preserve the knowledge of human resource of the assembly line by transforming the knowledge of the assembly line into multiple models of knowledge in various ways. Instead of solely focus on the learning materials and activities, the e-learning program promotes discussion and hands-on experience on the production line to develop both tacit and explicit knowledge of the workers. Workers have a better understanding of the information by experiencing or applying the information firsthand rather than fully reading or the material. So they need to practice it in order to develop their skills. And lastly, by facilitating workers to discuss an issue, it will help to distribute the information evenly on the workforce. So you can produce in a shorter time a workforce with a uniform set of knowledge. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Renaldi, for your presentation. Is there any question from the participant for Mr. Renaldi's presentation? If you have any question, you may type it in the chat room. Okay, Mr. Renaldi. Okay, there's a question from Mr. Aditya Tirta Pratama. Thank you for the presentation. How did you verify the result of the acceptance test? How was the effectiveness of your e-learning regarding to the training improvement? Was there any index or quantifiable measure?
The measure to determine the effectiveness, the result of the user acceptance test is the Likert scale, which converts the opinion of the workers, the ones who follows the test, into a number, which you can see it here. A value of 1, they are strongly disagree with this statement. 2, they are disagree. 3, slightly disagree. 4, slightly agree, and 6 is strongly agree. And so, yeah, based on and for indicators, they put the numbers on how well they agree or disagree with the statement. Yeah, and that's how I measure the result of the user acceptance test.
And for the second question, how was the effectiveness of your e-learning regarding to the training improvement?
I haven't had the opportunity to test the effect on the workers' performance. So I plan to measure whether the workers who have attended the training program will perform better where before they are introduced to the training program. But yeah, it is for future research. But based on the result, they can effectively study and develop their skills as based on my user acceptance test.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lenaldi, for your answer. I also have a question. How did you define or specify the indicator for the aspect? Did you use any method or maybe specific reference in order to develop the indicator that you for the aspects that you displayed in the results and discussion?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
How did you specify the indicators for the aspect from the result and discussion that the table you shown before?
How I define
this
the
one.
indicator?
Yeah. Yes, in here you have the indicator, right? How did you specify the indicator or develop the indicator in here for each aspects?
By developing the indicator, it is done through literature research as well. So I find similar documents which have conducted this kind of research before, and I also connect it to the requirements asked by the required by the company itself. So it is based on field observations and through existing documents as well.
Okay, and we have another question from Professor Koichi Murata. Thank you for your presentation. In the field of knowledge management, it has been pointed out that when tacit knowledge is converted into documents, etc., it is difficult to convert everything. Did you devise something? Did you evaluate that point?
Yeah. So during my research, they have difficulty to measure the tacit they have difficulty in transferring tacit knowledge from an experienced worker into another. So when he left the company, his knowledge is gone as well. And in order to prevent that, I tried to mitigate the problem by introducing a new type of document, which are single point lessons. For example, during when there's an improvement on the assembly line or there is an accident, the workers who solve the problem will photograph the damage or the improvement. They will also determine how the best way to solve the problem, the steps, and how to prevent such problem from not happening again. Yeah, I think that is my attempt to solve the problem.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lei. And we have another question from Mr. Alif Amir Rahman Setiawan. I am wondering how far documenting SOP can help knowledge transfer among workers. The current standard ISO, such as ISO 9001, has started to not rely solely on SOP documentation. Please, Mr. Ray, for your comment.
Since SOPs are actually considered the basic documents nowadays, the SOPs are not planned for advanced workers. So these are aimed for the equipments on the training facilities. which are simple, because we are working with basic tools here. So yeah, I think that's my problem. It is not enough for advanced equipment, but for basic training, it can positively impact the training of the workers by constantly reminding them about simple precautions or simple operations, so they will learn how to keep themselves in check automatically without any help from other people.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ray, for your comment. Is there any more question for Mr. Ray's presentation? If not, thank you, Mr. Rinaldi, to become our last presenter for this session. And I would like guys to thank you all for your participation for this session and for this event. And I would like to end the session for today. And for tomorrow's, we'll begin the session at 9 in the morning, but the Zoom is already started from 8:30. So I hope you enjoy the events for today and see you in other opportunity. Thank you so much.